Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Amen. Amen. Namaste.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Honourable members, I have received communication from Mr. Stuart Young MP, member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, and Mr. Saddam Hussein MP, member for Barataria San Juan, who have requested leave of absence from today's sitting of the House. The leave which the members seek is granted.
Bills brought from the Senate. The Base Erosion and Profit Shifting Inclusive Framework, Country by Country Reporting Bill 2023, in the name of the Minister of Finance.
The Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 64.1b, I beg to move that the next stage of the Base Erosion and Profit Shifting Inclusive Framework Country by Country Reporting Bill 2023 be taken on Wednesday, March 6, 2024.
Honourable members, the question is that the next stage of the Base Erosion and Profit Shifting Inclusive Framework Country by Country Reporting Bill 2023 be taken on Wednesday, March 6, 2024. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
Petitions, papers.
The Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to lay the following papers as listed on the order paper and supplemental order paper. 1. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Mayaro Rio Claro Regional Corporation Chairman's Fund for the year ended September 30th, 2020. 2 to 3. The reports of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Trinidad and Tobago Housing Development Corporation for the years ended September 30th, 2014 and September 30th, 2015. 12. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Agricultural Development Bank of Trinidad and Tobago for the year ended September 30th, 2019. 13. The Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Extension of Period Order 2024. I beg to move that papers 1 and 12 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee and papers 2 and 3 be referred to the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee.
Honourable members, the question is that papers 1 and 12 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee and papers 2 and 3 be referred to the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. The Minister of National Security.
Thank you very warmly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honour to lay the following papers as listed on the supplemental order paper. The Immigration Amendment Regulations 2024 and the Immigration Amendment Number 2 Regulations 2024. I thank you.
The Acting Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honour to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in the names of the Minister of Works and Transport, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Social Development and Family Services, and the Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts. Number 4, the annual report of the Trinidad and Tobago Civil Aviation Authority for the year 2022-2023. 5, the ministerial response of the Ministry of Works and Transport to the 13th report of the Public Accounts Committee on an examination of the reports of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Public Transport Service Corporation, PTSC, for the financial years 2014 to 2018, and follow up on the implementation of the recommendations made in the 8th Public Accounts Committee report, 11th Parliament, on the examination of the report of the Auditor General on a special audit of the PTSC. 6, the ministerial response of the Ministry of Finance to the 10th report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on the examination of the audited financial statements of the National Maintenance Training and Security Company Limited, MTS, for the financial year 2018, and follow up on the implementation of the recommendations contained in the committee's 11th report from the 11th Parliament. 7 to 8, the ministerial responses to the 10th report of the Public Accounts Committee on an examination of the concerns raised in the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year 2021, with specific reference to the administering of government grants. These responses are from Ministries of Social Development and Family Services and Tourism, Culture and the Arts. 9, the ministerial response of the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts to the 15th report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on an examination of the audited financial statements of the Tourism Trinidad Limited for the financial years 2018 to 2020. 14, the ministerial response of the Ministry of Works and Transport to the 12th report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on the examination of the audited financial statements of the National Infrastructure Development Company Limited, NITCO, for the financial years ended September 30th, 2015 to 2017, and follow up on the implementation of the recommendations contained in the committee's omnibus report, first session, 11th Parliament, and the second report of the Joint Select Committee on State Enterprises on an inquiry into operations of NITCO, including its compulsory land acquisition in relation to major projects. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Reports from committees.
Member for Tobago West.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present the 6th report of the Joint Select Committee on Human Rights, Equality and Diversity for the 4th session, 2023 to 2024, 12th Parliament, on follow-up inquiry into the implementation of the recommendation of the 18th report, 11th Parliament, on an inquiry into the treatment of migrants, with specific focus on the right to education, employment, and protection from sexual exploitation. Thank you.
Member for Tobago East.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present the second report of the Joint Select Committee on National Security, 4th session, 2023-2024, 12th Parliament, on an inquiry into the safety, security and protection of citizens with specific reference to the factors that contribute to the prevalence of illegal firearms and gun violence in Trinidad and Tobago.
urgent questions.
Member for Urupuch East.
Madam Speaker, question to the Minister of National Security. Will the Minister provide an update on the ongoing efforts of the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard and other rescue agencies on the search for the 5 Cedrus fishermen missing at sea since Sunday, February 25th, 2024?
The Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on Sunday, the 25th of February, 2024, at about 6:35 p.m., the Cedrus Police, not the family of those who are missing, contacted the Cedrus Coast Guard forward base to inform them that the caretaker of the Pirog Amanda, Mr. Mark, had reported to the station that the vessel had gone out to sea the day before, that is to say Saturday, to fish in an area known as Greenbush or the Mang. There were 5 persons on board, and they were expected to return that same Saturday night, but had not yet done so at the time of the report. It is important to recognize that the area that the caretaker reported that the men had gone to fish was well within the Venezuelan territory. In fact, the names Greenbush and Mang refer to the area where the mangrove grows in the river delta. Therefore, the men would have reportedly gone to an area where Trinidad and Tobago has no jurisdiction. The Coast Guard had been advised that searches had been conducted by fellow fishermen along the south coast, and therefore the Coast Guard focused on the Gulf of Paria and along the maritime border leading towards the Grand Boca, on the off chance that the men had not gone to the reported area in Venezuelan territory. It was hoped that the ocean currents would have caused the men to drift towards the Gulf. These searches have not yielded any positive results. The Coast Guard issued a media release on Thursday, the 29th of February, denying that contact came from the family and denying that they were told by the Coast Guard that the boats were not working. That is simply not true. Given the foregoing, the Coast Guard reiterates the caution to our fisherfolk operating in the South Coast in particular that it is illegal to fish in Venezuelan waters. And venturing into the Delta region to fish or conduct any other type of activity should be avoided. Persons are also reminded that the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard cannot enter Venezuelan territorial
Minister,
waters,
your time is
since
now
that
spent.
is in breach of
Member for Urupuch East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, could you confirm, therefore, as opposed to what is reported in the press today, that the 2 interceptor vessels now on the southwestern peninsula are indeed the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard interceptor vessels are operational and not non-operational as reported in the press?
Member for Urupuch East, I rule that out of order in accordance with the standing order.
usually is out.
Member for Urupuch East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, related to this very serious crisis, could you indicate how many of the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard vessels at this time are simply not operational due to maintenance issues?
Again, member, I rule this question as supplemental, out of order.
We go again. Thank you very much. Minister, given your statement a few moments ago, do you have any indication at all if the Coast Guard continues at this time active search and rescue missions?
Minister of National Security.
We got you.
Most certainly, Madam Speaker, the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard is committed to rendering assistance to all and sundry, particularly nationals of Trinidad and Tobago, and more particularly our fishermen with whom we have been collaborating and working closely over the years in an attempt to prevent and alleviate the difficulties that this particular group might have found itself, unfortunately, in.
Member for Urupuch East, these are urgent questions. These are urgent questions.
Doesn't know the standing orders.
Public business.
1 minute, please. Please continue.
Public business, private members' business, motions.
Member for Tabaquite.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas, in accordance with the Education Act, Chapter 3901, the government has the responsibility for managing the education system. And whereas the government has overseen the deterioration of the educational sector and has failed to maintain our school infrastructure, implement data-driven measures to make the delivery of special education more equitable and accessible to the citizenry, optimize curriculum development to reflect our labor needs, and whereas the government has limited access to technical vocational training and qualifications, be it resolved that this House condemn the government for its failures and mismanagement of the education system, and be it further resolved that this House call on the government to immediately implement data-driven measures to guarantee the successful future development of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, allow me to first off thank you for the opportunity to raise this motion on our Private Members' Day. And as I begin my contribution, I would like to recognize the uniqueness of having a Private Members' Day on the first day of March. Madam Speaker, those who are familiar with our standing orders know our Private Members' Day usually falls in the last Friday of our sittings for the month. But here we are on the 1st of March, and I don't believe in coincidences. So it got me in a reflective period when the leader of government, business, announced the date for this Private Members' Day. Because March 2024, Trinidad and Tobago, all of our major religions will join in a period of fasting and reflection. All of our major religions. At the end of this month, you will have the Easter holiday coincide with Shouter Baptist Liberation Day. You would have the globe looking at Women's History Month in the month of March. We have our students who will face the SCA examination. And so, as I prepared for my motion, I took the day as correct, Pagua is also in this month. I took the day as an opportunity on how we should take the approaches to this motion, to this Private Members' Day. We are dealing, in fact, with the education sector. We are dealing with the future of Trinidad and Tobago. We are dealing with the building blocks of what the next generation of Trinidad and Tobago will need. And so what does my motion ask us to contemplate, Madam Speaker? My motion here today is not about the Ministry of Education or the inner workings of the Ministry of Education. My motion here today is not about personalities involved within the Ministry of Education or the education sector. It is about the education system. It asks us as a parliament, as representatives of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, to sit and contemplate whether or not the education system is working for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. The ministry may be working fine. They may show up at 8:30, 8 a.m. and finish at 4 p.m. and all the boxes may be checked. So this is not what we're asked to contemplate. We have to figure as a parliament, we are looking as we reflect on the motion, whether or not we can agree from the realities that face us, whether the system promotes the culture, the vision, the goals and the values and the outcomes that we hope to generate to create the Trinidad and Tobago that we hope to see. A well-functioning education system, Madam Speaker, not only equips individuals with the knowledge and skills needed to succeed in the workforce, but it also fosters critical thinking, creativity, problem-solving abilities that are essential for innovation and progress. The education system is the cornerstone of development across every society globally. And dare I say, it is the most important sector, Madam Speaker, that faces us in Trinidad and Tobago, that is under the purview of this House. The students are at the heart of my motion here today, Madam Speaker. The people of Trinidad and Tobago are at the heart of my motion here today. Because what we are asked to contemplate is, given that the government has overseen the deterioration of the education sector, what does that mean for tomorrow's teachers, civil servants, policemen and women, business owners, and even politicians? What type of society are we creating, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, education promotes tolerance, it promotes societal cohesion, and it gives us the building blocks for society. So I ask everybody who is willing to get involved in this motion here today, approach this motion with a sense of seriousness and with respect for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And so, Madam Speaker, it is important for us now to ground ourselves in the realities that are facing Trinidad and Tobago, the education sector in Trinidad and Tobago. We must ground ourselves in the reality because it makes it easier, where, despite us being sitting on opposite sides of the house, that we can accept certain things as fact. So, the first fact is the highest budgetary allocation is given towards the education sector. Over the past few years, we have seen increasing budgetary allocations to the education sector. And so what we have to ask ourselves is, are we seeing value for money? Is the money being placed within the education sector giving us the results that we hope to achieve? And if we are seeing budgetary allocations in the billions of dollars annually, then we must also contemplate the fact that it may not be a resource problem, but a management problem. A management problem that falls squarely on the policymakers, the executive of Trinidad and Tobago at this time. Money is being spent, but the solutions are treating only with the symptoms. There is an ad hoc approach. There's a reactionary approach. Every time we raise an issue, you get a quick reaction, but no sustainable solution. And so, Madam Speaker, again, my motion asks us to look at whether or not there is a lack of will within the system to develop and implement being a key word that I would come to over and over in my motion, because we get the announcements, but we fail miserably on the implementation. And if we are not implementing data-driven policy, if we are not accounting to the population as to why we are spending billions of dollars, where we are spending billions of dollars, with no outcomes to show for it, then quite frankly, we are doing nothing, Madam Speaker. So my motion asks us to accept the fact that the government has failed to maintain our school infrastructure. I do not intend, I think, Madam Speaker, it would be disingenuous for anybody to get up here and argue the point that there has been no failure with respect to school infrastructure. The evidence is there, it is physical, it is in your face, it is nationwide. Whether or not you are trying is not within question. Whether or not it was a big task is not the question. Whether or not you do some and we'll do some later is not within the question today. The question is whether or not you have failed to maintain our school infrastructure. And in 9 years, with an average of $200 million spent annually, why is there so little to show for it? Why is it that we have to see parents with placards in front of schools asking for students to be removed from community centers? Why is it that we can have concrete blocks falling on students in schools within our school system? Why is it in my very own constituency I had to raise Gasparillo Secondary School one day and Happy Hill Hindu School another day, and then still being told that the money has been allocated, that we are looking into it? So, Madam Speaker, Whether or not you're on the right track is not what we are adjudicating on today. What we are adjudicating on today is whether or not on March 1st, 2024, in the last 9 years, you have failed to maintain the school infrastructure. And we can say that without a doubt. We can say, Madam Speaker, that it is unacceptable, that the question isn't only about whether or not our students are comfortable, but it is a matter of respect. When you go to a school that is well maintained, that you see the benefits of the social contract that a government is in with its people, then you get a different approach to the education. When you go into a school building, the louvers falling down, the railing falling, right, things missing, the blackboard mash up, what are you saying to these students and teachers? The effect of that is that you've created a system that is not conducive to learning. It is not conducive to success. It does not say, we the government, you the government, the executive, that you respect these people who are going into this space, that you expect success from them because you are investing in the very physical infrastructure, the building, the basics. And so, Madam Speaker, when I say over and over that if we can't expect you to solve small problems, how can I expect you to solve the bigger problems that I will raise later on in this motion? I started with infrastructure because that is basic common sense. It is basic maintenance schedules. It is the most basic of part of the education sector that you have failed. And so I looked in my preparation, Madam Speaker, I leaned heavily on documents prepared by and presented to the public from the Ministry of Education. So if you go to the Ministry of Education's website, and I urge every citizen in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago to do so, you go under the publications, you will see various policy documents. You will see an education policy 2023 to 2027. You would see policy documents for all manner of things. What you have to ask yourself is, do you see policy implementation? And the silence will be loud, Madam Speaker. So I looked at the policy document, the Education Policy 2023 to 2027, and within that, there are a number of listed goals, strategic goals that are broken down into strategic objectives. And they address the issue of school infrastructure. It is a strategic objective of the Ministry of Education. So that must mean somebody, some hard-working, well-meaning technocrat understands the problem, and that it has been listed as an objective of the Ministry of Education to continue the maintenance and upgrade of school infrastructure and materials. And so they are, in the deliverables, they are talking about the optimization of the school infrastructure management system. And so these things tell me, Madam Speaker, that the ideas are there, that you recognize that to fix a small problem like school infrastructure, it may be an expensive problem, but it is not one that requires any genius-level thinking to say if something is broken, if the roof is falling down, fix it, Madam Speaker. That they recognize that if you implemented a maintenance schedule, that you don't wait for something to fall down completely and try to build it over, that we would be in a different and better space. So if you recognize that, if it is in your policy document, the question that has to be answered by the government speakers here today is why are you not doing it? Where is the implementation? What is the block to implementation? Because we've accepted it is not money. $1 billion allocation. We can accept it is not the idea because it is in your policy document. So you have to answer today in this motion, which gives you the opportunity to, from a very reflective space, as to what is preventing you from doing the basic, doing right by the teachers and students of our country to say that we'll fix your schools. So, Madam Speaker, as I continue along my motion, the motion speaks to the failure to implement data-driven measures to make the delivery of special education more equitable and accessible to the citizenry. Madam Speaker, we cannot speak about inclusion. We cannot speak about national development. We cannot speak about a Trinidad and Tobago for all if our policies do not contemplate the most vulnerable amongst us. We cannot speak about an education sector that is inclusive and equitable if it is inaccessible to members of our population. And so, again, Madam Speaker, it was never my wish to come here and mislead the House, so I ground my motion, the things that I am bringing in my motion, on documents produced by the Ministry of Education. So if they are going to contradict me, they have to be prepared to contradict themselves and say that they have new data that is not yet published for public consumption. So in the Ministry's reporting structure, there's a section on special education. So you're looking at equity in access and participation. It is broken down across the primary education system, the secondary education system. And so they included a section on special education. And Madam Speaker, if you'd allow me to just read it into the record. The Ministry of Education notes that most special schools are privately owned. Only 27.2% or 12 special schools are public schools. And then they go on to show the enrollment. And then they talk about equity in terms of the gender access. So there were 63.8% on average more male than female students in the public special schools over the period. And that is it. Madam Speaker, that is it on special education. That is it. That is what you tell the population. That is how far you've contemplated accessibility, inclusivity, access. That is it. Well, I looked, unless they hid it, I mean. And so, when I speak about accessibility, when we talk about barriers to entry, the acceptance that most of these schools are privately owned, Madam Speaker, we have to now think about what they say when they say the all-of-government approach. You have access to the data from the Ministry of Health, from the Ministry of Social Development, to gather what is required, what is needed by our citizens. If you understand what special needs or special needs access means and inclusivity within the education system, you are supposed to be thinking about the physical structures of the school. You are supposed to be thinking about teacher training, the incentivizing a new level of teachers or instructors who can come into the system and contemplate a more inclusive education system across the board. So you are looking at personnel. You are looking at, as the Minister of Local Government likes to tell us, you're looking at plant and machinery, you are looking at personnel, you are looking, correct. And so that you can apply that same system and you can honestly rate yourselves, you can measure your progress, and you can be very honest with the population and say, we have not done our best. And so when I look through the documents and I look at what is presented for special education, and every year during the budget process in the Standing Finance Committee, we raise what is being allocated. Is it enough? Yes, because we have these schools, but are we contemplating a holistic approach to our education system? Madam Speaker, when in the preparation of policy documents for the United National Congress, we sat within our caucus and had a very important discussion on the introduction of psychometric testing in the early years so that you can make your education system that you can create it and have it targeted towards the students who are most in need. Gone are the days where students who have attention issues should just be put in the back of the class and ignored. Gone are the days where you can use pejorative terms and dismissive terms to students rather than meeting them where they are and tailoring the system for equitable access to success. These are things that I can see across the board the technocrats have contemplated. The information is there. The knowledge is there. The only thing I can conclude is that the political will is what is missing. I'll go back to where I started. The money is also there. So don't tell me it is a resource problem. It is that as you contemplated your priorities, you did not include inclusive education, special education access as a major priority of this government. And you must answer today. You have an opportunity to answer as to why. Going down the list, Madam Speaker, I've asked the House to contemplate whether or not the education sector under the management of this administration, if they fail to optimize curriculum development to reflect our labor needs. I don't know how they come to answer that, Madam Speaker, because that much is clear. Again, going through the policy documents, I see a lot about curriculum overhaul, and I'll go through some of the things that they have presented within their documents. But the key part at the end is whether or not they've been optimized to reflect our labor needs. And so, Madam Speaker, look around. If you are in your constituencies as we are, we know the instances of youth unemployment. I am sure everyone in this House, all 41 representatives, you are met with stacks of resumes of students who went through the system, did everything right, they did their very best, and for years now, trying to find a job. Years. Correct. As my colleague, the member for Couva South, reminded me, every time there is an advert, when they are the cruise ship, the lines were shocking to even me, that so many people were so in such a desperate space to just find work. These aren't persons, Madam Speaker, who dropped out of the system, because I'll get to that, because there's a number for that. These are persons, even when you looked at the recruitment for our prison service, TTPS, etc. Oh no. Sorry, Madam Speaker. When we looked at the lineup, these are persons who have their 5 CSEC subjects. These are persons who, again, you were told, you go to school, study hard, apply yourself, and that you'll be okay. And the shock is, you're not. You come out of school, and you're looking around. University graduates, Madam Speaker, every time I speak about GATE, I don't only address the cuts over the years, but I make it a point to say, if you are looking at incentives, GATE is an incentive for a citizen to go into tertiary education because you are getting met with, you're getting a cost reduction. So it is an incentive program by an executive. Well, do it in a smart way. Do it in a targeted way. Consider what are the sectors that we are deficient in. Where are we? We are begging for pathologists. We are begging for criminologists. We're begging for all sorts of things. But you wouldn't contemplate, critically think about your incentive. Don't just make an announcement, $400 million or this bursary and that bursary, but contemplate how you are targeting your incentives so that when you come out of school, you're not sitting down home watching your degree. Madam Speaker, that is a heartbreaking scenario. It is a heartbreaking scenario to look at our curriculum to go through from primary, secondary school. You are going through the aspects of teaching and learning. And when you come out, you don't know how to function as a citizen. We are in a technological age, Madam Speaker, and we run an analog system in our schools. You are telling me that the students who are going into school in 2024 are not going to be adequately prepared for the world that they will meet when they graduate. Well, and so, Madam Speaker, I looked at, like I said, the ministry's documents on curriculum reform. They have, there were a lot of instructive things, and again, I urge every citizen, I certainly urge every parliamentarian, if you haven't already, read the documents that are presented on the Ministry of Education's website. It should be instructive for you as well. And so that a lot of the work that is being contemplated in terms of curriculum reform, the extensive research, the wide-reaching stakeholder consultations, those took place in 2013. That would have been under a different administration, Madam Speaker. So in 2013, the nuts and bolts, the work of curriculum development was done. And the implementation would have taken place over the years and coming up to 2017. And so they've been looking at the learning outcomes where we're looking at agri-science, English language arts, math, physical education, science, social studies, etc. Values, character, and citizenship education within the school and at the primary level. And I went back now, Madam Speaker, to their 8 identified areas of focus where we get the strategic objectives and the goals. And in terms of the curriculum development, under the requirements, what they've been listing as the needs, I'll read it for you. To revise the curriculum to support the holistic development of the 21st century skills and values, attitudes and behaviors of the ideal Trinidad and Tobago citizen, under the key programs and projects listed multiple times under each strategic objective is device provisions for teachers and students, replacement of devices at school labs. Madam Speaker, I couldn't believe that. Because all that told me is bad mind will kill you in here, Madam Speaker. Because you met a device program. You met it, you say, I don't like it, I throw it away. You did not take a minute. You did not apply your critical thinking skills to say, we will optimize it, we will review it, things could be better. You kept the curriculum development model from 2013, but the implementation strategies, which included the provision of these devices, you throw it away. It could never make sense. So Madam Speaker, again, and I know this government well, anything that works well, they will say, look at us. We kept the stakeholder consultation. We didn't reinvent the wheel. We kept it, and we moved on. And so that is how a responsible government works. So they'll take the credit on that end. And then they'll be like, well, we couldn't keep that laptop program. You know, them laptop wasn't good. It wasn't good, and we couldn't do that. But now, 2024, years later, under your strategic objective, you're still fighting up with device provision. That is, if you had optimized the program to your liking, instead of taking that slash and burn approach, you would have been in a different space. Your reporting, your accountability to the people of Trinidad and Tobago would have been different here today. Now we have to come and make excuses and do a dance and hope for the best. Because I can tell you, it is your documents that are selling you out. Madam Speaker, the question of device provision is repeated across the key programs and objectives. It goes without saying that part of an equitable access to education, part of contemplating our use of technology, a key critical lesson learned out of the COVID-19 pandemic is that you cannot revert to an analog system. This does not mean distance learning. It does not mean remote learning. It means integrating properly, integrating fully ICT and technology within our school curriculum, utilizing that to create a citizen who is not going to be out of depth when they come out of the school system. Madam Speaker, as I look at the curriculum development point, it brings me to something that troubles, I am sure, every citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. It brings me to the question of school violence and what we have been seeing. Over the past few years, I have raised on several occasions that we can utilize the curriculum, that we can use the 8 hours that students are in school to create age-appropriate, targeted interventions that will create a solution to our violence problem in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, what we keep getting from the government are committees, short-term solutions. We're looking at the correlation of TTPS within the school system. We have an issue with school safety officers that Tutor is talking about. But in this wider discussion, is it hard for them to contemplate looking at things like conflict resolution, emotional regulation, student access to safe reporting structures and intervention? Is it that every year we have to come here and say, do not undervalue the student support services? Look at your curriculum. Look at the spaces where you can make unique interventions. Be innovative. Don't be so, basic that the first thing that you'll look to do is say, listen, we will include our values component, but we'll do it from Form 1. And not to think about where are you getting the instructors? How are you bringing people into the system? And so, thank you. And so, Madam Speaker, on the issue of curriculum development, and again, the duty of the government in responding to this motion today, will not be sufficient for you to say, well, we do this, Tell us the outcomes that you expected. Tell us where you have seen results. And if you have seen results or if you have not seen results, tell us where you intend to pivot. Because the nexus of a private member's motion, the importance of a private member's motion, is to utilize the accountability factor of the Parliament. That when you stand up here today, account to the public for the interventions, account for the money, account for the interventions, and tell us if you've recognized there's a problem that you'll do this differently, or this will be the different part. Madam Speaker, as I move along my motion, we have the recital that the government has limited access to technical vocational training and qualifications. Now, I know they have about 3 people lined up to tell me what is going on in the Ministry of Youth Development. You have people lined up to that. And so I know, and that you will say, so therefore it is wrong to say they have limited access to technical vocational. I will explain where I am coming from, and if you can still defend yourself, so be it, but I doubt. So Madam Speaker, we have had a slew of announcements about improved technical vocational spaces. We have looked at across the increased spending within the technical vocational spaces. I've asked a question for written answer, which I've gotten a response for, and that formed part of my thinking around putting that recital. In that, despite these announcements, despite all of these additional post-secondary spaces, because the answer that the Minister for Youth Development contemplates a post-secondary, you are already out of the system, right? So I am talking about if you are within, yes, so scratch it off, right? Take a new line so that I'm helping those who are responding, that we can, when we look at the technical vocational spaces, TVET within our system, the first major stumbling block that this government will face is the lack of instructors. That there are not sufficient persons to come into the system to optimize the programs that you are hoping to bring into the system. And so that when you have made the announcement that you will be bringing in more instructors, where you get to account today is how are you properly incentivizing that program? How are you taking, where are you getting persons to come in and teach the woodworking, teach the tailoring, and because my question for written answer showed me and showed the Parliament that we do not have sufficient instructors to get people in the classes. So in the strategic objectives and the implementation, they keep talking about a communication program and a strategy to get people more interested. How do you take away the stigma of a technical vocational education? How do you get people interested? How do you engender that entrepreneurial culture? And so, Madam Speaker, what the PNM administration would have met in 2015 are policies that contemplated some of these big questions. That the People's Partnership Administration understood that throughout Trinidad and Tobago, and in particular in rural communities, there is a culture of apprenticeship. There is a culture of if there's a mechanic, the mechanic will teach some people within the system, within the community, and they have the skill set, but what they do not have is the paperwork, the certification. And so, and that they may not have the time and the money to go back in to gain an education of something that they already knew. And so you created a test, a space where you can have your competency assessed, graded, and once you have, it shows that it is satisfactory, you will get the certification to now monetize your skill set in a bigger, better way. That, Madam Speaker, is a government that thinks about people and thinks about the day-to-day needs of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. You don't need a new program every week. You don't need a new ministry. You don't need a new policy document. You just need to find a way to make life easier for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And so if you have a skill set, you can demonstrate the competency, you as the executive can make a way for this to happen in the shortest possible time frame. And that is how you'll create an entrepreneurial culture. Don't send them back to school to teach them what they know. They could probably teach you better. And so, if you were looking at our communities, we hear about the agriculture homestead program. We hear about all of these new programs, right? The constituency I represent is our agriculture-based constituency. We have some of the best farmers in this country. We maintained, during the pandemic, we helped feed this nation via the green boxes because the produce was coming from the constituency of Tabaquite, Madam Speaker. And so that you have these systems in place. Connect the persons who want to learn with the persons who are currently doing it. Do not reinvent the wheel. Do not spend millions of dollars and then not be able to account to the effectiveness of it. Why are we not looking at fishing programs in Mayaro, agricultural programs in Tabaquite, and utilizing what is already taking place within these areas? What is their natural base, their natural element that they are going into, and optimizing it? Because we're not trying to make lives easier for citizens. We're trying to make announcements and pat ourselves in the back. And at the end of the day, it's just saying you are successful without being able to demonstrate elements of the success. And those are the things we have to stand against, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, I went through the elements of the motion that I have presented because I understand that there will be some difficulty on the side of the government to join with us in condemning the government for its failures and its management of the education system. But do not take the word condemn as just criticism. It is an opportunity for you to do better. You can recognize that you have not been doing your best. And if it is your best, you can recognize that you are unfit for the job. And so you have two opportunities for learning here. And that when we say we condemn the government for its failures, that we are, as the opposition, looking for a way to point us in the right direction. Because, Madam Speaker, as I said at the beginning, this motion is about the future of Trinidad and Tobago, and we cannot afford to fail. We cannot afford one more year of this mismanagement. We cannot afford another year of excuses. We cannot afford another $6 billion budget and not $6 billion worth of outcomes. Madam Speaker, when we call on this House to immediately implement data-driven measures to guarantee the successful future and development of Trinidad and Tobago, what we're saying is don't create a unit called data-driven measures. We don't need that, right? Don't come together and form a committee to look into the data to drive the measures. Don't do that. Quite frankly, we are tired of that. What we are saying is, start where you are. Accept that you have failed. Start where you are, accept that you have failed. And going forward, account to the people of Trinidad and Tobago where you intend, how you intend to do better. Do not come, Madam Speaker, I know we've seen it, private members day after private members day, that the first speaker, second speaker will get up to talk about the motion. And oh, we didn't need to do this motion here today. We could have used this time for another motion. We could have been talking about this, and that the opposition wants to paint the country in a negative light. Don't, if you have that as an introduction, scratch it off. Don't bother, right? Come to this Parliament, understand.
You have 3 minutes left of full time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am concluding my contribution here today, so I am fall within the time. When you stand in this House today to contribute to this private members' day, understand that you are speaking to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and as the government, you have a responsibility to speak for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and you have a duty to account to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So whether or not you want to tell me what you're doing is irrelevant. But when you stand here today, you have a duty to answer the questions, to account for where these $6 billion have been going, for why we have the dropout rates that we have, for why we are seeing the levels of school violence, for why the physical infrastructure of the school is crumbling. You have a duty to account. And so, Madam Speaker, as I move this motion here today, I do so in hope, in contemplative hope that we can get this right. That for the future of Trinidad and Tobago, that we can put every difference that we may have aside, as March showed us Trinidad and Tobago a paradise, that we can come together as a nation and we can build the Trinidad and Tobago that we hope to see. And so, Madam Speaker, as I draw to the conclusion of my motion, I look forward to solution-driven, solution-oriented, and a place that the people of Trinidad and Tobago can look at our Parliament and see hope, can see progress, and can see a future of Trinidad and Tobago that is not scary, because they do not have that today. And so, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I beg to move.
Member for Point Up here.
Madam Speaker, I would like to second this very important motion. I reserve my right to speak.
Honourable members, the motion being seconded, I shall now propose the question for debate. Be it resolved that this House condemn the government for its failures and mismanagement of the education system, and be it further resolved that this House call on the government to immediately implement data-driven measures to guarantee the successful future of development of Trinidad and Tobago. Member for St. Anne's East.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to rise in this House and to contribute to this most important debate. Madam Speaker, I listened very carefully to the member, and I know that the bringing of such a motion comes from a place of care and concern, and that is something I believe as citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, we all share. The education sector comprises 208 ECCE, 406 primary, 12 special schools, and 134 secondary schools, touching just over 250,000 citizens, some of them under 18, some over 18. And then if you extrapolate their families, their loved ones, then the education sector really touches all of Trinidad and Tobago. So when we speak about what we want for our education sector, it's really a cry from all of Trinidad and Tobago, because we want the best education sector possible. But, Madam Speaker, it would be remiss of me to not feel a little disappointed in the presentation today. I felt as though the member, almost reminded me of Rip Van Winkle. The member now woke up. These are the things that we have been discussing as a nation for years. These are the things that we have been dealing with and every education sector deals with over time. The submission was almost childlike in its simplicity. But I know the member came from a place of concern, as we all are, because the education sector is very important to all of us. So we're speaking about 250,000 students, over 13,000 teachers, and the member raised some specific areas that I want to address. And I want to say, too, I join with the member in endorsing her call for everyone to take a look at the documents that are on the ministry's website, and also to take a look at the current news, just the current news, the newspaper, our social media sites, and so on, which show how the policies are being implemented day by day in our schools. That's important as well. So when we are researching, and the member was, speaking about her research, it's also important to look at what's happening currently, because the consultations would have taken place, the documents are there, but day by day. And you spoke about the communication strategies. These strategies are in place so that it educates the population about how we are going in terms of implementation. So let me deal with 5 facts so that the member and everyone else can be educated about what's happening in our sector, the challenges we face, how we are overcoming them, and what we are doing in order to move our education sector to where we want it to be. There's no education sector in the world that is perfect. And though we can stand here and describe nirvana, if it was so good, then the UNC had chances to lead the education sector and it would have achieved perfection. Then I can assure you it did not achieve perfection then, because perfection is something we will strive to, and we continue to strive as we work in the education sector. So fact number 1, the government continues to maintain and upgrade school infrastructure. Madam Speaker, if this were not a fact, there would be no schools for students to go to. The fact is that with over 840 institutions, just think about your one house that you build and something goes wrong every other day, that you have to call a plumber one day and an electrician another day. Multiply that by 840 and understand that this is our current situation. So we continue to maintain daily. If I look at our real-time chat that we use to monitor school infrastructure, in one day you can have 5, 6 schools reporting issues. Current goes on a breaker trips, you have to call in TNTech, you have to get an electrician to come in. Something happens, rain falls, it floods a sewer system, you have to fix the sewer. These are the practical realities, and the inexperience of the member is evident, because there's no way that you can simply just fix everything, and today say every school is perfect for every student to attend. That's not reality, member. And even though we would love that to be our circumstance, where is that really possible? And so it takes the juxtaposition of what is priority, what needs to be done now, what can be done a little later, so that we are keeping all schools on an even keel so that students can attend. Are there urgent matters? Yes, there are. And we spoke about that, and we continue to speak about it. There are a number of press releases, a number of speeches in this very House on the Hansard that could have added to the body of research, member, that speaks about the fact that we identified 27 schools for critical intervention. Why? Because they needed it. And these are same schools that have come through a UNC administration, but the fact is, this is what happens over time. So we have 27 schools, member, that would require us to do critical intervention, costing us $175 million. 5 have completed. We are still continuing work in the others because we are doing it while the schools are open. We can't afford to just close down the schools and do the work. This is not work that can be done in one vacation period. So we continue to work on that. We have schools that we have to complete. Schools that were left incomplete under the UNC government that we are still completing now. Schools that we have already spent $600 million on. We have completed 15 of them. Another 7 are ongoing now, and then we will start another phase. So even as we are doing critical refurbishment in some areas, we are doing new school construction in other areas. And then, of course, there's the emergency repair, the day-to-day things that happen in a school. You spoke about what's happening in the vacation. Yes, member, many things happen during the vacation, but even during the term, there are things that must be addressed. If something comes, you can't say, well, leave that till the vacation. You have to address it. In last year alone, we completed over 900 projects. One of them was your Gasparilla School, member, for Tabakit, because these things come up from time to time and they are required. Over $1.2 billion spent over the last 3 years in completing school infrastructure, maintaining infrastructure, upgrading. So when a member says that we have failed to do that, that's a very narrow and simplistic view. We are doing it all the time because it calls for maintenance all the time. So even if you were to reach at a point where you were to fix all your schools today, then what happens tomorrow when something goes wrong? Is that a failure? No, member. No, member. You have to look at the broader picture of what's happening. And the fact is that most of our schools are open every single day for the educational continuity of our children. And those that cannot be open, we continue to work on those. These are the facts. This is the reality. This is big people business. It's not about just thinking about just get everything fixed. Fact 2, the government uses data to optimize the delivery of special needs education. Madam Speaker, I will take the time to explain the process. In term 1, the special needs assessment is distributed among the schools, sent to the principals. This form requires the principals to inquire of teachers who are the students that seem to need help in your classes. These students may be exhibiting different qualities or different tendencies. That is where they are to be identified. In the second term, that's when the staff, over 900 staff members of the Student Support Services Division, the staff who are associated with looking at the applications, they look at the data provided by principals. They go through, they validate, and they look at the ones that need intervention. And so from term 2 into term 3, they start to do the interventions, make up the individual programs that are needed by our students. That is the process. Is it that there are no things happening that should not be happening in that process? We are dealing with humans. So there may be, in some cases, instances where the process can work better. But that is the process. And yes, we have the data. In last academic year, starting into this academic year, we would have identified 196 ECCE, 4,052 primary, 559 secondary school students who need further intervention. And they are now getting the attention of the relevant division of student support services. That's the process we go through every year to identify students who need the help. We have 12 special needs schools available, public schools, and the ministry expends about $13 million aside from that every year to pay for spaces for special needs students in private special schools. Why? Because we understand that we need to deal with our most vulnerable. There's an inclusive education policy existing at the Ministry of Education. Remember, maybe you missed that one, but that exists at the Ministry of Education out of consultation to ensure that we deal with the most vulnerable. There are 300 special aids attached to the Ministry of Education. We use the OJT to hire 400 more. So in total, we have over 700 student aides at schools, regular mainstream schools, in classes with students who have special needs attending those classes. And that came out of that inclusive education policy, where we are trying our best to deal with all of our students and ensure that they have the education they need. Is the policy foolproof? Does that mean that there are no people who are not doing what they're supposed to do? No. But there's a system in place. We are using the system, and where we see that there's need to beef up the system or to do more, that's what we do. And so it's a process that would yield this type of data that will allow us to monitor, have we reached all of the students that were identified in this year as we move into another year of the special needs assessment. Fact number 3. The Ministry of Education optimizes curriculum delivery to reflect our labor needs. We have a national developmental needs list. The Ministry of Education is aware of it. It comes out of the Ministry of Planning, but the Ministry of Education is very aware of it, and we know what it says. We also look at the fastest growing trends in careers globally, because we are preparing global citizens. What are the fastest trends? Where is growing? Health and IT. That's what we see. Physician assistants, nurse practitioner, health service managers. Those are the careers that are growing fastest. Data scientists, IT analysts, software development. That's what we are seeing. And that is the kind of data we look at when we are considering what our curriculum speaks to. So what have we done in response to optimizing the curriculum to reflect the labor needs? The first thing I want to mention is how we have incentivized careers in critical areas with respect to this. And I want to speak about the scholarships and the bursaries. In 2016, Madam Speaker, 14 out of 447 scholarships, which is 3%, were in IT and technical studies. That's the national scholarships that were distributed in that year. 3% in IT and technical studies. And we are speaking about a scenario where one of the fastest growing career areas is in the IT area. In 2019, that number was 6 out of 400, 1.5%. In 2022 into 23, we have raised that number of scholarships in the IT area to 20%, Madam Speaker. Why? In recognition of what are the fastest growing careers in the world and what we need in Trinidad and Tobago. We have introduced the national bursary, and the national bursary adds 500 more opportunities to the 100 scholarships so that students can be supported through their tertiary education. And what is important to note about the national bursary is that the application process counts what your area of study is at the tertiary level. So it means that we have targeted the intervention to suit the labor needs of the country, so that where we are now investing money to support students through their tertiary education, we're investing it in areas that the country needs and giving more points to students who are studying in those areas. In 2020 alone, 523 students in total benefited from the scholarships and bursaries. That's 123 more than if we had just stuck with 400 scholarships. And the 400 scholarships Let me tell you, in 2016, 60% of them were in NATSI alone. And almost all of those students were going into medicine. And I hope you notice that medicine and just being a doctor, that was not one of the areas that are growing fast globally, nor is it an area that we need house doctors. As a matter of fact, we had a problem with our gluts in Trinidad and Tobago, where we had young people finishing their medical studies and can't even get into the internship rotation because of how many we had. So, have we responded to labor needs by our policies? Yes, we have. Another way that we have responded by optimizing curriculum delivery. We have been emphasizing digital fluency as a necessary skill in today's world. Digital fluency. And it speaks to a digital ecosystem that is being created and implemented in our education sector. We have increased the e-testing at CSEC over the last 2 years. Increased the number of subjects that we are utilizing e-testing in. So we have now introduced in a voluntary way for private candidates e-testing at the CSEC level in January. Why? Because we understand that we have to move towards this level, and so we are moving there. When I speak about the digital ecosystem, it involves e-testing. The Wi-Fi in all of our secondary schools has been completed, and we are on to the Wi-Fi now in our primary schools. The introduction of digital portfolios, projects, and presentation at the primary school level. That is part of our curriculum change that has been introduced in our schools, and our teachers are currently undergoing that series of training so that they can introduce that in their classrooms at the primary school level. Why? Because we understand that our students need to have these skills so that they can easily transition into the secondary school system, the way they test there, and also into the world of tertiary education. So that is ongoing now, and I'm surprised the member did not see that in her research when she was looking, because that's also there in our cultural transformation policy and how we are changing not just the mandatory activities, which I'll speak to in a little bit, but also the granular details of class timetabling and also assessments, how we are changing assessments to suit the skills required. Digital fluency is required. Training of teachers in digital pedagogy. Of course, the pandemic would have helped us with that because it was a necessity, and I can tell you, over 70% of our teachers voluntarily underwent the training. It was oversubscribed at all times, and so we continue to offer that to our teachers. Onboarding of our teachers and students on our SMS and SLMS system. Over 50% of our schools have had their records digitized, and we continue to encourage our teachers and our students to digitize their records. So we have now at the 2024 intake at the primary school and ECCE, those records are going to be digitized so that we ensure that with what we have, we continue this digitization process so that we can have digital records, which offers to the ministry a rich treasure trove of data. We can run reports, we can look at trends, and this is what we are doing, not what we are planning to do. And I've been saying this over and over again, that we are doing this, and we are continuing to do it. So I don't understand how the member was not able to find this information to speak about. The school learning management system, we have been working on that in tandem with the school management system, because the information from the digital records is what we use to build the e-classrooms. And we have started training our teachers in the use of the SLMS, and we continue to do that so that they can interact with their students on their e-classrooms. We have moved the SCA results portal to an e-portal, mirroring what the students are going to experience at the CXC level, and letting them understand how such a system works. These are things that we have been doing. So when we speak about the digital ecosystem, it's much more than laptop delivery. That's a part of it. That's a basic tool. But we have moved so far beyond that. And this is what we have to understand. It's a whole ecosystem that fits together so that our students are prepared to live in the world where you have to apply for your US visa online, where you have to apply for your licensing services online. So we are preparing our students for that. And we are in the process of doing that. And this is where we are. So while we may have analog systems still existing, they are existing with the digital system. So we are in transition mode in Trinidad and Tobago, moving forward and encouraging our teachers, our students, and our parents to come along with us. So that's the reality of it. It is a complex thing, but we are required to be complex, and we are required to do complex things in furtherance of our mandate at the Ministry of Education. We would love it to be that we just click a switch and we move from analog to digital. But in the real world, it does not work like that. You have to work along. And even when the UNC was there and they were giving out laptops, how did that help to build a digital ecosystem? They would say that they were in transition too. But we are here doing the work of what we have to do. And that 90,000 that you gave out in 5 years, we have reached 71,000, and we continue to give our devices out to help our students in that digital ecosystem. It's not just about giving out a laptop. It's much, much, much more than that. It's much higher than that. And that's the level we are on. How else are we optimizing curriculum delivery? One of the main things that the labor force needs is a disciplined, productive, qualified, and innovative workforce. We need to develop that in Trinidad and Tobago. And in addition to reading the Ministry of Education's documents that are on our website, I encourage all of our citizens, take a look at Vision 2030 if you have not read it, and read what our National Developmental Strategy says. Because it's very important to understand what we are working towards as a nation, as a government, where we want to go. And if you look at Vision 2030, it speaks about the threat to development in Trinidad and Tobago because of negative values, attitudes, and behavior. It's commonly and globally known and accepted that the values and attitudes of citizens affect economic development. So a big part of our curriculum optimization speaks to facing the fact that we have a people problem in Trinidad and Tobago and doing things to deal with that. And again, our cultural transformation policy, which is on our website, speaks about what we have done and what we have to do with regard to reversing this, as Vision 2030 speaks about. It speaks about introducing mandatory activities in our schools at the granular level. Why? Because we have to look at equity and educational opportunity. And there are some students going to schools who are exposed to many different activities, as simple as a field trip, as simple as a career day, a sport day. And this allows these children to develop certain qualities, values, and attitudes that are progressive. And there are other students who are not experiencing that level of holistic education, and therefore it impacts their development. It impacts the type of citizen they are. And so our cultural development transformation policy, speaks to how we create this disciplined, productive, qualified, and innovative workforce that is required for our labor market. So when we speak about changing our curriculum, we also speak about introducing into the timetabling of our schools, and we have been as granular as that. Time for students' introspection. Time for form teachers to speak to their students about positive things and positive development. We have taken 106 of our schools, and we have called them our schools of focus. And we have poured into them and continue to pour resources because we identify these schools as the ones who need us most. And these are the ones in the majority where we have students coming out who are not as successful as they can be. We've identified them. We've put programs into them. Because when we speak about changing the curriculum to ensure that we meet the workforce needs and our need to do that, that's where we are. So we have looked at their curriculum. We have introduced their personal school social worker and guidance counselor there. We've added learning support assistants there to deal with things as simple as supervision during the lunchtime, because the data shows us that a lot of the misbehavior was taking place at that time. So it is data that we have collected and continue to collect that allow us to select these schools and allow us to put resources into these schools so that we can help the students, so that we can develop a more disciplined, productive, qualified, and innovative workforce in response to our mandate as the Ministry of Education. What are our outcomes so far? Let's look at the school performance in our primary schools of focus. In 2022, 61.28% of our students scored under 30%. 9.32% scored above 50%. No students scored over 90% in our schools of focus. We took those schools. We introduced the Vacation Revision Program. We took those schools. We introduced the after-school tuition program in those schools, free tuition for our students in standards 3, 4, and 5, taught by their teachers, giving them extra time, immersing them more. We introduced learning support assistants into those schools. We put school social workers and guidance counselors there because we understood that there were social issues also affecting their performance. By 2023, the percentage of students scoring 30% and under from 61% in 2022 went down to 27%. The percentage of students scoring 50% and above from only 9% went up to 31%. And from no students scoring over 90, we ended up with a small percentage, 0.1%. And we take it with pride, knowing that we are working and we are seeing results and we will continue to work. So that program was a one-year program.
Honourable Member, you have 3 minutes left of ordinary time. You're entitled to 15 additional minutes to complete your presentation if you so wish.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will avail myself of that time.
Please continue.
What about in the secondary schools of focus? In 2022, only 7% of their students attained 5 or more subjects with English A and Math. By 2023, we were at 18% of those students, up by more than 100%. Madam Speaker, this is the work of the Ministry of Education. This is what we are doing to ensure that we provide citizens who are qualified for our labor force. So that's what we are doing to optimize our curriculum delivery so that it suits our labor needs. Madam Speaker, let me go on to fact number 4. Our citizens have multiple avenues to pursue TVET education. And Madam Speaker, the member in moving the motion, the member herself answered her question in terms of what this government is doing to provide TVET education for our citizens, both in and out of school. And I want to say, Madam Speaker, that it's ironic that this is the same government who closed our youth camps in 2022 and, in 2008 and 2000. This is the same government that closed our youth camps that offered, the girls' youth camp in El Dorado offered training. I have a friend who personally went to that youth camp and was so disturbed when it was closed because she said, where would our girls get that type of education? Thank God for the PNM government that is back. And of course, the Minister of Youth Development will speak more about that and what we have done. Our institutions are running. Our institutions are providing opportunities, both our secondary schools as well as our tertiary education institutions, providing opportunities for TVET. And Madam Speaker, let me speak about the work of the NTA. The NTA has created and gotten approved the National Qualifications Framework for Trinidad and Tobago, following the Caribbean one that was created. Why is that important? That is the framework that shows the equivalence of TVET education along the same scale as academic education. And that's a big part in ensuring that we remove that stigma of the learning TVET and learning trade is when you can't take book. That's a big part of doing that. And so we are working along now with our tertiary level institutions to partner them with our secondary schools to get a richer environment for our students. We have worked with them and we have rationalized their offerings so that across the board, we are ensuring that this one offers this and another one does not duplicate but offers something else. So we have a wide spectrum of offerings without too much duplication. I was at COSTAT during the time when our tertiary level institutions were just mushrooming in terms of courses, and I can tell you that the wastage was extreme at that time. Madam Speaker, we cannot afford that. We have to get the best bang for our dollar at this point in time. So all of our institutions are open. They're offering a wide cross-section of tertiary level TVET offerings, and our citizens are taking up the opportunity. We have over 15,000 persons enrolled. We have persons who are graduating. I attended NESC's graduation last year, and I can tell you that our young citizens are taking up all of the opportunities that are available to them. I want to move to fact 5. And, you know, the member for Tabaquite always speaks about data and collecting data. And no matter how much data is in the public domain, it seems as though the member is not aware of it. So I want to make, just for the member's benefit as well as the benefit of the country, about what data is collected by the Ministry of Education, which informs all of our policy making. We have quite a number of divisions that collect data that we use to make policy. We have the Division of Educational Research and Evaluation. They are the ones that do the data sets for SEA, CSEC, CAPE. They are the ones that would administer the school climate survey, where we look at how our students are enjoying their school life, what are the things that make them not enjoy it, not make them feel safe at school. That is the division that does that. And of course, the Trinidad and Tobago National Learning Assessment, which looks at data from Standard 1, Standard 3, random schools and students, Standard 1, Standard 3, Form 3, our SEA and CSEC, and gets a full picture about the health of our education system and how our students are performing. The Education Health Service Unit, of course, they are the ones established in 2021 in response to our COVID-19 emergency and continuing, and they, of course, collect data on the health of our children across our schools. The Curriculum Planning and Development Division, they collect 11 sets of data where they look at school monitoring, they look at how they go through clinical assessments for our teachers and so on, they look at pedagogy and practice, assessment, teacher assessment, and they are the ones that create documents that give us this type of data. So as we look at our policies, we have that data which informs us. Student Support Services Division, School Needs Assessment, Special Education Needs Assessment. They collect the data on SE and CSEC concessions as well. School Supervision and Management Division, they collect data on attendance, daily, school feeding, PTSD, absenteeism, school discipline. They collect all of that data on a monthly basis, create reports, and that's what we look at when we speak about our policies. Madam Speaker, there are at least across these divisions 40 sets of data, and this list is not exhaustive. There's a lot more that we collect. So when we speak about the ministry needs to use data-driven methods to be able to create policy, Madam Speaker, that is exactly what is done and has been done for years at the Ministry of Education. The ministry publishes a statistical digest every year, and it's available on our website as well. We have the last year to put up, and so we collect that data based on what I just spoke about, as well as other data sets, and we put that on the website, and it's available also for the public. So that's what we do in terms of collecting data. So there's no question about the ministry not using data, not collecting data. We collect a lot of it, and we use it in our policy, as has been outlined by the 5 facts that I have just said and read into the record of the Hansard here. So, Madam Speaker, while I understand that the motion would have come from a good place and that the member is concerned about education, as we all are. Members now woken up and realized that we have serious challenges in education, and we continue to work towards surmounting those challenges. There's no education system in the world that does not have challenges, and any that we think are better than ours, I am certain that when you look at the research, you would see that they also have their challenges. So we continue to do our work at the Ministry of Education. We continue to gather data, we continue to optimize our curriculum, we continue to maintain our schools and upgrade them and build new schools as we have to. We continue to prepare our students for the world of work, and we continue to look at the development of values, attitudes, and behaviors as we prepare the ideal Trinidad and Tobago citizens who will drive our development trajectory forward. So, Madam Speaker, I reject this motion completely. The evidence and the data that I have presented show that the motion really is of no substance, and the government is in fact to be commended for upholding the focus on education. That's a PNM backbone. This is the PNM, and that's what we do. I want to thank the Prime Minister for his confidence in having me lead the ship at this time in terms of education. I want to thank my sister in the struggle, Minister Lisa Morris-Julian, who works hard. I want to thank the staff of the Ministry of Education, our 2 PSs, all of our division heads, all of our education stakeholders for their guidance, their support, because we consult with them regularly on our policies. I want to thank our teachers, our principals, our students, our parents for their support and their forbearance as we transition. This is transition time at the Ministry of Education. That's the work we are doing. I want to thank corporate Trinidad and Tobago. I don't want to forget them. Just last week, we met with them and we spoke about their support for our schools, and the support, as it was in our initial adopted school in 2020, was overwhelming and continues to be, because they get it. They see what's happening in our education sector, and they turned out in support of the movement of the Ministry of Education and the movement of our country in terms of the cultural transformation of our citizens, starting with those in our schools. So thank you, Corporate Trinidad and Tobago, for your support that you have poured into the Ministry of Education. And I want to just make a call to action for all of us as citizens. Join the Ministry of Education's movement for cultural transformation. Join us as we work to ensure that we create the ideal Trinidad and Tobago citizens that will drive our development trajectory forward to the achievement of Vision 2030. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
For real.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to join in this debate on this very, very important motion brought by our Member of Parliament for Tabaquite. And I want to congratulate her for her contribution delivered in this honourable chamber today. The member approached this debate in a very surgical fashion. Correct. I was very impressed, because it wasn't just to stand here and condemn with specifics, but she gave us a framework of the policy documents of the Ministry of Education. Yes. And it's interesting that the Minister of Education has not defended the ministry and the work of the government with respect to the policy framework outlined in their own documents and exposed by the Honourable Member for Tabaquite. I trust that maybe some other member may take up that challenge, because thus far there has been absolutely no real answer, Madam Speaker, to the points, the comments, and the matters raised by Member for Tabaquite, Mr. Anita Haynes. So I thank you. I rise, and I feel it's very important to speak on this. You may recall most of my political life in the past was spent in education. I was very proud in the Pandey administration to serve as Minister of Education at a time when Mr. Pandey was himself a serious person pursuing educational initiatives and policies and programs, and I was very pleased to have that honor and privilege to serve with him, because we really pushed the education sector forward in that period of time. That is when we had the groundbreaking policy of not one single child will be left behind in this country. That is when we built schools all over the country. I remember the Honourable Member for Diego Martin Northeast said we were building schools for parrots and duendes. I remember all of that. Didn't stop us because we built them throughout the length and breadth of the country. And so, you might have been one of those parrots flying around, flitting around. I wouldn't call them dead men in the house. I'll save that for somewhere else. So we really did a lot of work in that period. And you know, for my own self, and for so many of us in this chamber, we see the benefit of education. We see how important it is for education. I would not be standing here today, Madam Speaker, or for the last many years I've been in this chamber, or as Attorney General, Minister of Education, Prime Minister, if it were not for the opportunities I got for education. I was a girl who attended school in Superior barefooted. Today I'm happy to wear shoes in this honourable chamber, in this House of Representatives, to represent the thousands of persons that our great party represent in this House. I'm very pleased to do that. So you see, I didn't like the Honourable Minister referring to the member of Tabakik as a Rip Van Winkle. Yeah. Because if we don't know where we've come from, we will never know where we have to go. And so the member for Tabakik she referred to as Rip Van Winkle. Well, I'll ask the Honourable Minister, you better go back and do some of that Rip Van Winkle work. Look at the past, look at what we did, see what happened, and see how we did it, and build on it. So why do you say the member was looking at the past? She was looking at the past to help inform the future. And if the government did the same, I dare say that their performance in education would be far greater than what it is today. If you look at the past, you would have seen so many plans and programs, strategies that brought our education sector to number one in the world. I'd be proud to say that. Once we were there, we were praised by so many international organizations, and of course, right here in our own country. So, my first stint in the Ministry of Education, that is when we pioneered universal secondary education for our nation's children. So many would not have had that kind of education. That is why when I became Prime Minister, we pioneered universal childhood education, early childhood education. Early childhood education. And when we come now, look at just about more than 8 years, it's about 8.5 perhaps, but more than 8 years thereafter, we have seen the incompetence and the failures of this government, which has reduced our education sector into a war zone. Not just with respect to performances, but a war zone. In the past 2 months of this year, we have been inundated with headlines from the daily media of children being beaten to the point of hospitalization by fellow students, of children being traumatized by all the gunfire and murders taking place outside their schools in broad daylight, while they're supposed to be in there learning. And government, once more, they throw up their hands in the air, and admit they simply have no answers. I'm shocked at a time when we have just buried this 11-year-old child in our country, that Minister of Education, who has a responsibility for all the children of our country, did not find one word to talk about school violence. Not one. Not one. Violence in the schools and violence outside. I didn't hear anything. If you did, please correct me. But I heard absolutely nothing about the government and the ministry intends to treat with the school violence in our schools. You can imagine as a parent, Madam Speaker, not to bring you into the debate, but any parent, that when you send your child to school, man, you're not sure if that child come back home, you know. You're not sure if the child is coming back damaged, injured, brutalized. And worst of all, if that body will be brought in a body bag back to their homes. What are we doing about that? Anyone on the other side talk to us about the school violence. Minister held some symposium or some consultation recently with the business sector, I believe, and was seeking help from the business sector. I'll pull that out from a newspaper article I read earlier this year about school violence. The Express editorial referred to that meeting, dated February 21, 2024. Express editorial. At a breakfast meeting last week, Tuesday, between the Ministry of Education and business reps, titled Education is Good Business, Education Minister Dr. Nyan Gadsby Dolly took a specious approach to a most serious issue. I continue to quote from the article. The meeting was held to persuade business people to partner with the Education Ministry to help prevent young people from becoming criminals. To this end, the Minister made 3 main arguments, none of which was particularly robust. Quoting again from the article. First, the Minister noted that between 2015 and 2019, she went Rip Van Winkle then. Yeah. She went back to the past. From the period 2015 and 2019, 62% of persons charged with murder were between the ages of 15 and 29, and 96% were male. The article continues. Gatsby Dolly was dealing with students. So the only relevant cohort was 12 to 16. So you're talking about people 29 years. That's why if you go back, you have to go back properly. You have to get the correct statistics. This is the age when effective school programs might help at-risk boys away from crime. The Minister's second claim was that music, specifically Trinidad music. Where is your empirical data for this? Where is the empirical data for this? Because there is no empirical data which says that music influences young people to become criminals. There's none. There is none.
Bring it.
And I noticed a lot of people is onto music in the last couple of days at CARICOM and other places about the music. Yes. Music is a reflection of the culture of a time. It's a reflection of the culture. When Bob Marley was singing in Jamaica, in the height of the crime wave sweep in Jamaica, went to the peace concert. I had a great privilege of attending that peace concert when he tried to bring the 2 political parties together. And that man was a tremendous singer. He sang for 3 to 4 hours non-stop. He did that peace concert, man, in the height of the crime that was taking place there. And his music is revolutionary music. There were those in their homes, don't listen to them kind of music, this reggae thing and Bob Marley talking about struggle and talking. That was the music of the time. If there is Trinidad music, it is a reflection of what is happening in the reality of the situation now in Trinidad and Tobago. So if the minister tried to tell people stop listening to Trinidad music, well, the minister should try to bring some proposals to deal with the violence in schools. How are you dealing with that in schools? How is it Trinidad music? How many of the thousands in those schools listen to Trinidad music? Well, minister must have listened to it too, I'm sure. Otherwise, the minister could not comment on the music. Must have listened to it as well. I remember when I used to come home and play Bob Marley, my parents vexed with me, don't play that music. That was the music of the times. At that time, that was long ago before some of you were not born. Don't play that music. Calypso, it was the same.
Yeah, you couldn't listen
to Pan and Calypso. That was the criminals, badger and bad people. All them pan up in the hill is badger and criminals. So let not your failure to deal with the crime situation push you into directions that you don't really and should not really go. Don't go there. The article continued. If Gatsby Dolly wants to understand how we got here, then as a government minister and academic, she should examine...
Remember, you may be quoting from a document, but remember, you are adopting it as your words, so you are bound by the standing orders.
Certainly, I am bound by that.
So please.
Yes. I thank you for reminding me, and I really find nothing that breaches the standing orders with respect. In this particular article, there may be some, so perhaps maybe just refer to the minister as a minister.
Yes, please. Yes.
So the article does, I thank you for the guidance, madam. The editorial does not say minister at every point in time, so I will insert into the article, and continue to quote. So the article says, and I insert the minister, Gatsby Dolly, continue to quote, wants to understand how we got here, then minister should go back and look at example of government policies and so on, starting from way back when. So they are advocating you also do a Rip Van Winkle and do your research. The article continues, without a real partnership with the private sector and other stakeholders, the ministry will only continue putting plasters on educational scores that have been fostering for many years. Madam Speaker, I recall 2 years ago, June 24, 2022, when a similar motion to this one was brought in this honourable House, and the Honourable Minister of Education, same present minister, made the very promises that were made today. The Hansard report of a contribution then quotes her saying, yes, we are visiting those schools. We are speaking to students. We are speaking to principals to understand their challenges. We have met with principals of the schools that need the most support, and we have listened to what they have said to us. And we are formulating now with them a program that deals specifically with how those schools operate, because they must operate differently. They have students with different needs. They have students that are coming from homes that really require more support in school environment. And if Hansard continues, with the collaboration with the Ministry of National Security, Ministry of Education, these are the words from the Hansard of the Honourable Minister, Ministry of Youth Development, National Service, the Ministry of Social Development and Family Service, our education stakeholders, the Peer Mediation Department of the Ministry of Sport, all of us working together to bring a formal system to the Cabinet, which will be there in the next 2 weeks. Madam Speaker, this was June 24, 2022. June 24, 2023 came. And now we are moving into June 24th again, 2024. So over these years, these promises continue to be repeated. And as usual, PNM promises never materialize. The Minister spoke about all the collaboration, talked about it's been done in 2 weeks. Minister words about 2 years ago, which, as I said, never materialized. The reality is, this government has failed miserably to implement any policy or program to halt or reduce the worsening violence in our schools. They have failed to put any policy or program. I'll do a little Rip Van Winkle and perhaps ask the minister to do some herself. Under our administration, we never went begging to the private sector in that regard. Under one of the best ministers of education, Dr. Tim Gopi Singh, we took a surgical approach to dealing with this problem. And together we came up with a 24-point plan to deal with violence in the schools. It worked effectively, madam. When we were in government, we had 2 national consultations. This is how we arrived at it. 2 consultations, each over a 3-day period. We did 8 district consultations to deal with education issues. More than 5,000 educators participated in these consultations, and they made recommendations, many of which we implemented. I asked the minister to please go down and look at the task force recommendations going back from 1985 to the present as well. That's what we did. We researched all task force recommendations going back to 1985. We didn't throw those away because we were not in office then. We used them. We searched the shelves of the ministry for any other research materials to identify programs and policies. And in so doing, we identified the most delinquent schools. There were about less than 50 secondary schools, and they were mainly government schools. And we mandated that we set up a strong student support initiative. Every protagonist spoke of the student support initiative. What is the status of that? You have to give the support to the students. Then we had increased a full complement of student support services officers. How many of them are there? How many of them are just numbers in a book and no warm bodies in the positions? You need this unit working and working well. They contributed to guidance counseling, guidance officers, school social workers, educational behavioral clinical psychologists, and even psychiatrists help the students. Madam, so it's not good enough to come and talk about toilet paper issues here, you know, about broken sewer line and desk and chair. Don't guide me, madam. I am guided well enough by the law. Don't try to guide me. You seek guidance yourself. Will you ask the member, just leave me alone, please. I never disturbed her.
I'll ask everybody to please comply with Standing Order 53. No crosstalk. And if any member needs to continue with a conversation, they can do it outside and then return. Member for Supriya, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister is getting a little hot under the collar, please. Let's all take the guidance and calm down.
You need flamboyant
You know,
dress.
Madam Speaker, when I remember that, I smile a little because anytime I got a little too hyper, I remember my mother always told me, Kamla, your name is Kamla, calm down. So I'll do that now. Calm down, Minister. So we also established, in addition to the student support services and the guidance officers, psychological, educational enhancement centers for retraining students who were suspended for correctional management. They were staffed with clinical and behavioral psychologists and psychologists. Is this still happening, Minister? I'll ask to help us. We also ran parenting programs. We had the launch of the first national student hotline, Free Talk. What is the status of this? If students are troubled, they need guidance, and they may not even want to speak to someone in their own home, we had Free Talk, a student hotline. Is this still operating? Is it working? My information is that hotline has been shut down. We established the National School Code of Conduct, Circle of Hope in each classrooms, where students got a session on a weekly basis to interact and to deal with experts in fields. We had about 170 school safety officers. I would like the Minister to tell me we have more now, because that's going to help us dealing with the issues happening. We increased the amount of CCTV cameras in the schools. We implemented a system where students, look, it was a 24-point plan. It is there on the ministry shelves. And what I'm asking the Minister, please take a look at them. These worked and worked well, and they can do so again. You don't have to import it wholesale, but at least, you know, if you don't want to look back, you cannot stand still. You have to go forward. You say you're not perfect, or we agree you are not perfect. None of us are. We are not. But you cannot stand still. You must be developing strategies going forward. We had crisis management teams in schools. Do we still have these? We had learning enhancement centers in districts for educational, behavioral, deficient students, difficult students, mentor-mentees programs, part of citizen security, research in various schools, and other critical issues. And all of these impact on what the Minister spoke about today. And the Minister was being less than, well, no. Maybe not deliberately so, but the Minister really used a wrong baseline to talk about academic performance. If you're looking to see, are we improving in academic performance, are we dropping, you don't use a false baseline. You don't use the lowest baseline because you have nowhere else to accept. If you go up 1%, well, yes, we did better. The Minister used the year 2022. 2022, which was which year, ma'am? COVID. Performances in the exams, COVID. Students not attending school, no devices, no school. Using 2022 as a baseline, look, we have the numbers, but time will not permit. 2022 is amongst the lowest performing year. And therefore the year do revamping again. Go back to 2014 and the highest performances were under the partnership in 2014. Go back. Don't be afraid to look backwards. What they say, people who, their mistakes are doomed. If you don't look back at them, you're doomed. You're doomed to repeat them. So go back and check. 2014, their policies caused a decline. They used 2022. Caused a decline, even pre-COVID, madam. We look at student performance. The high year, 2014, our last year in a full year in a fiscal year in office. So first fiscal year they are in office fully, there was a decline in 2016. Anita reminds me, decline 2016, I'm sorry. MP Tabakit. Yes, sometimes you get too familiar. I apologize to the MP, Honorable MP for Tabakit. 2016, it fell from our 2014-15 time. 2016 fell. 2017 fell. 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22 dropped, decreased the performances. And then you pick up that low one in 22 in the COVID year to say, boy, we're doing so good now. Decline before, this is a fact, the date, the numbers are there. This is empirical evidence, Madam Speaker. This is not coming out of hat. I'm not pulling rabbits out of hats. This is empirical data that everyone can take a look at. So school performance, Minister spoke about, decline. School violence I've spoken about, and there are other items I mentioned already about doing a Rip Van Winkle to try to learn from some of the better practices, and certainly, if not take them wholesale, improve upon them. I turn now to school infrastructure, the motion in Part B of the motion. The motion talks about infrastructure, and MP for Tabaquit, Honourable MP, spoke about infrastructure here in what is happening. The minister spoke about the number of schools. How many? So many schools, And think about if you had a house, when you have a house, if you have a house, and everything going wrong, and you had to look after the water, and look, you're not running a house. You have responsibility to run the government Ministry of Education and your government. And you are allocated millions of dollars every year to do so. So don't come and compare running your house. Maybe you are doing that perfectly well, I can't say. I know we have problems, all of us, in our homes. You can't compare, it's chocolate and cheese, or it's like what, oranges and?
Apples.
Oranges and?
Apples.
What else we have here, mango?
Watermelon.
Let's go local. Oranges and mangoes. So, millions of dollars every year, Minister. Minister, you are a bright person. You can do better than that. You can do far better than that. Very bright person. School infrastructure then, naming the number of schools which fall under the ministry's portfolio. Yes, there are many schools. I was there once. And since I was there and left, we had many more schools that were built and constructed. And, but I want to ask this Honourable Minister and anyone in the government, on the government side, how many schools have you built?
0.
How many schools have you built? If you had what? Yes, well, why did you disband it then? Minister? I'm sorry, a member, honourable member. The honourable member is...
Yeah, but remember, okay, with respect to the crosstalk, the conversation is not going this way. I can understand the banter. Please.
Thank you, madam.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Minister said, I said, why did... I'm sorry, member. No, but it's a very important point. The member said, well, if we had EFCL, we could have built more. So why did we disband it? It's an admission then that we had something that was working. We had something that was working. So I again ask the question, how many schools has this government built with the millions of dollars allocated to the Ministry of Education? 0. How many? Perhaps someone else will tell us how many constructed. How many schools were built under this government in the 8.5 years? I want to Rip Van Winkle again. We completed 106 schools under my administration. And I remember in this chamber, the Honourable Member for Diego Martin was asked which school, where, how, when, what way. And the same then Member of Parliament, former Minister of Education, stood in this house and read out the list of the whole 106 schools. Read out the whole list. All. And then many of the schools, some were almost complete, 98% completed, 48, 50, 60, 70% completed. And this government, I don't know if it's spite or malice or ill will, but willfully neglected to complete those schools. Willfully neglected to complete those schools. They left the schools to decay, to be destroyed by vandalism, vermin, bush growth, and dilapidation. And then of course, the bandits, you know, they're always on the move. A lot of it was stolen. They went in and stole window and washroom outfittings, vandalism, electrical fittings, and then, of course, the general wild bush. I think the MP for Oldpuch East, Dr. Mullah, talked about vines, Karali vines covering all these schools. They refused to do them. Why? Maybe, as Honourable Member Sanford East mentioned, maybe if we had the EFCL, they may have completed them. Now, students are made to live and study in cramped conditions, makeshift conditions in manders and mosques. Thank God to these religious organizations who put forward their buildings, their spaces, when the government failed in their job. There are many examples in my own constituency. Oh God, it is so painful. They sent Dominic's RC school. Almost every other day, the parents are outside protesting because their children are cramped into some public space. Why can we not fix the school? Reform Hindu school, Presal, I think primary school, so many schools. We saw that happening with the Sama girls and boys primary school. We saw that for years with the Ramaitres Hindu primary schools. All those families, only recently that school was open. And I want to thank the honourable member for Oropuch East, who contributed no small way towards the completion of that specific school. In more ways than one, over the years, giving assistance there. And anyhow, MP, what's in a name? A rose by any other name, as Shakespeare told us, is still a rose. And so that school, for years, MP brought matters before this Parliament to have that school finished. The same thing happened to Sama Girls and Boys School. Same thing happened, the school is Clark Road.
Honourable Member, you have 2 more minutes left of speaking time, original time. You're entitled to 15 more additional minutes to complete your presentation if you wish. Okay, you may proceed.
I would say that went very fast. Thank you all very much, as honourable member, members of the chamber. Thank you for your time. Thank you for sharing for this motion. So, many schools all over, the Sama Girls and Boys School, it was 58% completed when we demitted office. This government took 6 years to finally open it, and the issue in the Parliament, as well as protests by parents and so on. So over the 5 years, these schools were not open, not complete. These students were in very cramped, more time will I stop, please? Cramped conditions. 15 minutes, yep. Bye.
Member for Superior, your full time ends at 3:52:54.
Thank you very much. And then we have this school right up here on the corridor, St. George's College, Barataria. Lack of maintenance of infrastructure, slow pace of repairs. This school serves government's most recent example, serves to show us. Most recent example of the slow pace of repairs, lack of maintenance of school facilities. The ceiling of the school fell in the hallway after heavy rainfall on October 10th, 2022. Only just missing a staff member. If there was proper maintenance, these facilities could have been identified and replaced. I was in a school on Monday night, I think. We were at the Presal Secondary School. And before we applied and got permission to hold a UNC Monday night report there. And before the guys went in, our team went in, they had to fix certain things in the ceiling. We didn't mind. We helped fix ceiling. And throughout the whole meeting, some little creepy crawlies were dropping on people. But what is this? I am told they were spiders, little tiny spiders. Can you imagine those children in that school every day, madam? And these, yes, as you say, in your house you have simple matters to look after. In the schools, you have far more serious matters to deal with. So this is St. George's College, Barataria, all inconvenience to everyone. And again, if we do a Rip Van Winkle, I wouldn't do that right now because I only have 15 minutes left, you will see the amount of work we did. Out of the 123 schools in fiscal 2014, or last fiscal year, 123 schools benefited from school repair programs. All over the country, Balmain Presbyterian, California government. I'm sorry? Kearney Hindu, Shagonas RC, Charleville Presbyterian, Coover AC, Edinburgh Government Primary, Kumana RC Primary, Grand River AC Primary, Guayco Presbyterian Primary, Matlot Community RC, North Oropuch RC, Celebia Government Primary, Sandy Grandi SDA, Tamana Hindu Primary, Toko AC Primary, Upper Guayco RC, Valencia RC, Chinapu Government Primary, Diego Martin Girls RC, yes, Diego Martin Girls RC Primary, La Siva RC, Morva New Government Primary. Look, the list goes on and on and on. And this, again, you will see it in the PSIP. The evidence for this is in the PSIP for the last fiscal year we were in office. We did works on 150 government-assisted primary schools across Trinidad in 2013. I will not give through that whole list again, madam, for fear of boring you to sleep. I will not give you the whole list. We have procurement of furniture and equipment in many, many schools. Again, the PSIP tells us everything is all there in the government's own books. Reconstruction work, moving along. Early childhood education centers, many of these were built. How many have you built?
None.
How many for the early childhood? I asked for schools generally, but the early childhood, that was something that we were on top of the world with for early universal childhood education. Secondary schools, and that's a track record for school infrastructure, and my colleague spoke more specifically to this in her 12 minutes. I have 12 minutes, yeah, just looking for a piece of paper. Special education delivery, which is also in the motion, which is in Part B of this motion before this Honourable House, speaks to government's failure to implement data-driven measures. Thanks. To make the delivery of special education more equitable and accessible to the citizenry. In an article published in the Loop News website on June 14, 2023, about a year ago, the Education Minister is quoted as saying in the Senate, in response to a question, that 7,773 students from ECC, primary and secondary schools across TNT had been diagnosed with some sort of disability or having special needs, and not all of them were receiving treatment. This is, as I said about a year ago, 7,773 students in our school system, Minister identified as saying they had some kind of learning disability. Now, Madam Speaker, my colleague, the member for Tabakit, spoke about the special education and really the lack thereof of any real attention being paid to our children with disabilities. Madam Speaker, US businessman Arnold H. Glasgow, he once said, and I quote, "One of the tests of leadership is the ability to recognize a problem before it becomes an emergency." The minister having identified over 7,000 children, can the minister tell us what has been done? What is being done? And the minister admitted today, and I think MP for Tabakit, that the majority of the schools offering special needs education were private schools. Where is the government in all of this? We are on record, Madam Speaker, we rip Van Winkle again, of having recognized this was a major problem. When this government came into office in 2015, they discarded the trailblazing work we had begun to deal with special education. An article by Radhika Sukraj in The Guardian, September 5, 2012, it's a headline, "Government plans schools for special children." Then Prime Minister, we talked about delivering schools for special children, special needs, and Dr. Gopi Singh as well went forward and we established certain criteria and protocols to deal with these special schools. I'm very happy of the work we did and very distressed to say that this government has not continued its work when it comes to special education needs. Indeed, they shut down that school in Calsterfield. That center was a learning disability center, shut down. It was only through the hard work of MP Vandana Mohit and Mayor Faik. We were able to source a place.
Member, and I realize today it's been a challenge. So you can say MP Shogunas East.
So just the MP's name.
No. What the standing order says, you refer to them, either the portfolio or the constituency.
The Honourable Member for Chaguanas East and His Worship the Mayor of Chaguanas and others within that community, we were able to source a space for those persons who had been evicted basically out of that enrichment centre in Calsterfield. A letter, again, an article in 2015, then Minister of Education Tim Gopi Singh said that there were 2,000 primary school pupils in need of special care, and that certain steps have been taken to handle this. Today, the government has spent close to $70 billion in the education sector, and I must say I have seen no evidence of help being offered to children with special needs. So, Madam Speaker, that is another area that the motion speaks to in terms of failure of the government to take care of your children who are the ones most in need. So I come now finally to curriculum development, again, which is a part of the motion, part C of this motion, and my honourable colleague member for Tabakit raised this matter. Curriculum development to reflect our labour needs, having limited access to tech work training and qualifications. This is a very, very important area, and I pay tribute to former Member of Parliament, then Minister of Tertiary Education, Faisal Karim, the late Faisal Karim. The member for Tabakit mentioned the program, and I guess in the haste of time, did not give credit to the then minister for that program that is set up, which was, you could be a good tailor, you could be a good dressmaker, you could be a good plumber, you could be a good carpentry man, all these skills, the tech work skills, you could be all of these and you have no piece of paper. And so we had set up a program under my watch in government with Minister Karim, the late Minister Karim, for persons to come in, as the member told us, member for Tabakit told us, to be assessed and be given a certificate. You know, we want to see paper. When is the certificate? And it was a wide range of skills, all needed in everyday life. Not everybody could go to university and get a university degree. Not everybody could come out with the 5 GCE or the 3 A levels or whatever, but they're very good with their hands. They have skills. As I say, you'll be one of the best hairdressers, but you don't have a piece of paper. The best carpenter, the best plumber, best tailor, etc., etc. And that is what that program was for. And we did it under something known as the NESC, National Energy Skills Training, and other centers where people could go in and get assessed. And if you were not assessed and you did not pass, give them help to improve your skills. What has happened to that program? I believe all those centers have been shut down. What has happened to those? So if you look at those, we can increase tech work. We need tech work. MP Anita spoke about the 5 minutes. MP for Tabakit spoke about this tech work training. And then we came to the point that we don't have enough teachers, because why are we not training and we are not accrediting those who have the skills, then we will never have enough teachers. It will be like a children of Sisyphus. Each time you roll the ball up the hill, it rolls back down. So that is a program I think that should really be re-examined. Evidence that laptops brought value. Well, can I say, we were one of the first in the world to give laptops to every child. And we were commended by then Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. You know, we were there, President Obama, he called upon the business sector to give laptops after we had already given and had started to give this laptop. What kind of brain in the world would shut down such a program? What kind of thinking would shut down such a program? What kind of thinking, man? And so our tech work, our IT, we were the number 1 in the world. I don't know where we are now. Where we are now when we come to look at that.
Not on the list.
Tech work studies within the school system, we gave serious attention to it. And as I close, I want to just share some empirical data again, coming out of the PSIP documents, which is a public sector investment program documents for fiscal 2015, and then fiscal as of June 2023. So both of them are the SSIP documents. Let's see what has happened very quickly. When we look at helping you prepare for employment, in June 2015, or last fiscal year, there were 771 trainees enrolled. In June 2023, which is the last data I have under this government, 208. Cut and reduce. Help loans. When we were in office, 2,233 persons got help loans. Coming to June 2023, 440 loans. So Minister boasts about 500 were bursaries. I said, you can't just do that. There must be other ways that you help people. Another program, The multi-sector skills training program is known as the MUST program. Our last year in office, June 2015, a total of 3,210 persons were registered. We come down to June 2023, 190 trainees were enrolled. This is the emasculation of the education sector and skills training in this country. When we look at early childhood education and care, under our watch, $32,499,201. You get to 22, 15,000. From 32,000 down to 15. And when we look at special education resources program, this is so shameful. I didn't even want to believe it. As of June 2015, spent by us 1,066,468. And we come to 2023, madam. You know what that number is? It's 0. Special resources, special education. So this is a synopsis here. I'm sure my colleagues will continue. I see all these cuts in school construction, school maintenance. There's a quote by a famous man, his name is Chef Rich. He says, if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. And this is second by the famous author Mark Twain, where she said, when I was a boy on the Mississippi River, there was a proposition in a township there to discontinue public schools because they were too expensive. And all farmers spoke up and said if they stopped building the schools, they would not save anything, because every time a school was closed, a jail had to be built. Madam, I thank you very much for your time and the time of this honorable chamber. Thank you very much.
Member for La Hawketta, Talparo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this motion, which was brought by the member for Tabaquite. Now, Madam Speaker, my constituency of La Hawketta Talparo shares a border with the member for Tabaquite in the community of Mamoral. So I'm very familiar with this member of parliament who, I must say, makes every effort to represent a constituency well. I hope that those who have stood to defend her are not the same who will try to remove her from that constituency. And, Madam Speaker, the same I go for you, St. Augustine. Madam Speaker, the motion, I know, knowing the member for Tabaquite is well-intentioned, as the member seeks to bring attention based on the responsibilities that she may have in shadowing our member of education. And our member of education, I think, did absolutely well in representing the position of the government as it relates to our education policy. I want to focus a bit on the question of technical vocational training, because the member in her motion did say that the government has limited access to technical vocational training and qualifications. And I think that is one of the areas where the motion certainly fell flat. Because if there is any government who has limited access to technical vocational training, save and accept, and I must commend the work of my former teacher and dean, the late Fazal Karim, for the work that he did. But save and accept the work of Fazal Karim, God rest his soul, good man. If there's any government that interrupted the work put down by the PNM in terms of laying the foundation for technical vocational learning, it was the People's Partnership Government. For decades in this country, we had the intervention of the youth camps in this country. Presto Presto, Chatham, Chagaramas, Mount St. George. And, Madam Speaker, it was that vindictive government called the People's Partnership that shut down the youth camps in this country. So when they complain about access to technical vocational learning, they must take responsibility for their callous action, which caused the youth camps in this country to close down. And Madam Speaker, let me just share with you that this PNM government has every intention and is well on its way to reopen every single youth camp in this country. You know, I will spend some time on that, Madam Speaker, because there is no shortage of access to technical vocational learning in this country at this point in time. The NASC, which was formed as an institution, started to train persons for the Atlantic LNG program, an Atlantic LNG program that was a PNM policy. To date, you can get training at the NASC. I'll come back to the youth camps in a short while, Madam Speaker. In automotive services, drilling rig operations, electrical instrumentation, electrical installation, fabrication, heavy equipment operation, IT network specialists, millwright, and the list goes on and on and on. It is a program birthed by the last Patrick Manning administration to train students towards the energy sector. Had we not expanded that program in terms of the energy sector and the LNG industry, this would not have been given birth. And it continues today. So the Ministry of Youth Development works very closely in partnership with the Ministry of Education to make sure that we provide opportunities for the development of all our young people. And so when I hear persons talk about school violence, I'm just shifting to that very quickly. If I refer, Madam Speaker, under the People's Partnership, they talk as though these things did not exist when they were in office. The Guardian of the 27th of February 2016, data regarding violence acts in secondary school, 2012, People's Partnership in office, and a particular Minister of Education, 1,912 cases, 2013, 1,709 cases, 2014, 1,405 cases, 2015, 1,650 cases. That is all under the People's Partnership. It is something that we have to be concerned about as a society. It is something that we are concerned about as a society. But don't stand in the Parliament as though when the People's Partnership was in office, these things did not exist, and you had some magic wand and cured all the ills in the education system. That is not true. Many of us, back in secondary school and primary school, there was a high level of discipline. A teacher had the right and did very well in providing education and discipline for our students. It was not a Minister of Education in this government that prevented teachers from exercising discipline on students in this country. I think it was the previous speaker, Madam President, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as we talk about provision of skills training in this country, we have COSTAT, another agency of the Ministry of Education, put there by the PNM, providing training in addition to other areas in journalism, nursing, public relations, supervisory management, skills for workplace certificate, film and video production, Spanish for the workplace, graphic design, photography, tour guide, emergency care management, occupational safety and health, just some of the courses offered at COSTAT. Where is this shortage? And it's not Spanish for human trafficking, Spanish for the workplace. MICIT, Madam Speaker, I think you know that the research my colleague spoke about from Tabakit, I would probably need to send my colleagues some additional information. There is no shortage of spaces, Madam Speaker. MICIT currently offers courses in automotive repairs. the construction field, air conditioning and refrigeration, electrical engineering and installation, gypsum installation, masonry, plumbing, welding and fabrication, craft and garment, health and safety, hospitality and tourism, industrial maintenance, information technology, professional development, agriculture, music, carpentry, joinery, woodworking, Madam Speaker. A simple Google search would bring all this information, and the member says that they're limited, the government has limited access to technical vocational training. Well, I will just want to share. There's YTEP as well. And YTEP also offers a lot of programs. Yes, I have it. YTEP, another agency of the Ministry of Education. Skills training, data operations management, child care attendant, patient care assistant, commercial food preparation, electrical installation, events decorating, hairdressing, cosmetology, equipment maintenance, IT support, plumbing, small business management. Madam Speaker, the list goes on and on and on. And to add to all that is happening, and because of the poor policy of the last government that moved to shut down the agencies that have been operating there successfully, today they want to talk about crime. But if you shut down the training and you leave idle hands around, you can expect a result in time to come. They have sowed the seed for what we are reaping today in this country. So in understanding that, the government led by Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley established specifically a Ministry of Youth Development and National Service to work hand in hand with the Ministry of Education. So you have the Ministry of Education taking care of the skills training and the academic work up to university level, but before that, secondary school. And then those post-secondary school issues, the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service is here preparing for that. And you would have heard, Madam Speaker, the ministry say from time to time, and the minister speaking on the number of programs offered to our young people on a regular basis. I mean, the agriculture program stands out because never before have we had the extent of training in agriculture as we are offering our young people today. And the member for Tabakit knows this because in Tabakit, in the community of Mayo, we launched an agricultural program there specifically for the constituents of the member of Tabakit. And 40 young persons from that community have been given lands by TCL, 1 acre each, to practice their trade in agriculture, and the government provides the training for them, Madam Speaker. And it is the only community in all of Trinidad and Tobago that has that specialized training program. I think that I need to send that information to the member for Tabakit. And then we have, I'm sure that the member for Faizabad and the member for Chaguanas West would like to have a program like that in their constituency. But the member for Tabakit stands out as the only member of parliament in this parliament that has that program in her constituency. I think she might want to join the PNM sometime. Madam Speaker, we have the YAP program. I know that the members will take note on the other side because for the first time, the government has designed a program that is going to energize the agricultural sector in such a way, because not only are we providing certification through the University of Trinidad and Tobago and the ECIAF campus in Centeno, we are providing land, fertile land, 2 acres each, not like the land provided before where there's scrap iron yard taking place and all sorts of things. We are providing land specifically for agriculture, 2 acres. We are brush cutting that land, plowing that land and preparing it for these young farmers. And we will, in addition, give them a starter home and a grant of $20,000. All constituents throughout Trinidad and Tobago, it doesn't matter whether you're from, as a matter of fact, the program is in Chatham. The program is in Chatham, and therefore I'm sure constituents from almost every constituency here have been involved in that program. And so we intend as a government to introduce in the next, by 2025, 1,500 new and youthful farmers in this country. We have the Shade House program operating out of Tucker Valley, where we will train in conjunction with UWI 100 young people in Shade House practices in agriculture, Madam Speaker. And then we launch the aquaculture program, which will operate out of Balmain. Where's the member for Couva South? Because last time I checked, Balmain is in Couva South constituency. So we don't discriminate. I heard the member for Siparia call out a list of schools they repaired while they were in government. And I had to wait until she almost reached the end of the list to hear Diego Martin something and Diego Martin something. Every other school, at that time, that constituency was controlled by the UNC. Every other school was in a constituency controlled by the People's Partnership from the list called out by the member for Siparia earlier on. But not so under the PNM, not so under the PNM. We govern for all the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. So that the aquaculture program will be run right from Balmain. The last time, when we started the work on the Presto youth camp, the agricultural division was located in Balmain, right where we're going to set up that aquaculture. The minute we started the refurbishment works, the UNC and their friends started a protest in Balmain, as though we're going to shut this down, we're going to shut that down. Well, we are not shutting anything down. We are moving the previous agricultural program from Balmain to Presto at the original campus, and that site in Balmain will now be used as the aquaculture training center for young citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. And at Presto, which also falls, I think that falls in Caroni Central or Chaguanas or Couva South, if I'm not mistaken, also a facility in Central Trinidad. We are not concerned about where you're from. What we need to know is that you are citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, and we provide opportunities for all, Madam Speaker. So we are going to reopen that Presto camp for boys. We are expanding the capacity to increase it from an intake of 125 to an intake of 250 young boys. And that facility is going to focus on agricultural training. There will be other courses, but agriculture will be the main program coming out of Presto. All facets of it, modern techniques, etc. And will be available to the young men of this country. And then, as we speak about youth camps, we down at Chatham, another large campus there that we are currently at about 65% completed with the works. And we intend for that facility to be one of the first that will open in Chatham, with a focus there on some of the industrial training that will attend to the southern land and the energy sector in that area. And therefore, all those constituencies in South Trinidad that have members of parliament who sit on the other side, you can know that when that facility is opened, your citizens and your constituents will have access to it under a PNM government. And I have to say under a PNM government, because we are going to be here for some time to come. And Madam Speaker, as I continue to speak about the youth camps, we had the Minister of Education spoke earlier on. The youth camps, they shut down, the very same ones that we are reopening. And the Minister spoke about the amount of young ladies, young women, who had access to the El Dorado Girls Camp, and over decades were able to access training and move on to jobs and move on to entrepreneurship and business, and then the People's Partnership shut it down. Where was the empirical data that the member for Siparia was talking about earlier on when you took the decision to shut down the youth camps? What empirical data did you use other than you didn't like the look of the camp, you didn't like the color of the camp, or you didn't like the people who were going to the camp? So you shut it down. And therefore, we will reopen it. We are about 75% completed with the works, and it's very close to the constituency of the member for St. Augustine. I'm sure some of our constituents will come there when it's open. And we are about 75%. It will be one of the first facilities in terms of residential learning that will reopen in El Dorado for all the citizens, the young ladies of Trinidad and Tobago. And Madam Speaker, we will as well construct a new facility in Wallerfield. It's currently in the design stages. And those of you who drive down to Chagaramas on a regular basis, you will see that at the Chagaramas Convention Center, we are currently engaged in active works there to repurpose that facility as a youth camp for our young men and women in Chagaramas, and that will be open sometime in 2025. And Madam Speaker, it does not stop there, because in addition to what I've just mentioned, we are engaged, so there's no shortage. The point I'm making, there is no shortage. As a matter of fact, in addition to maintaining what is currently on the cards, we are expanding the opportunities for our young people in Trinidad and Tobago. In addition to the residential suite that I just mentioned, there is a significant move towards non-residential facilities, because we understand everyone will not require the support of the government in this way for residential learning. So that the non-residential centers, we have upgraded those that exist, 6 of them, and we are expanding the suite to other areas. And as I inform Trinidad and Tobago of this development, some of it might fall within the constituencies of even some of my colleagues opposite, who have been misinformed by the statement in the motion that skills training is on the decline in Trinidad and Tobago. In St. James, we've recently refurbished that facility, and that facility will now have as its main focus business and entrepreneurship development and IT training, in addition to all the other courses that will be offered there. In Malik, we are currently engaged in works there, and when it's completed, that facility will focus on the performing arts and indeed the other areas of training. In Laventil, that center was abandoned under the last government. Nothing happening there. We have refurbished that facility, and that facility is going to focus, among other things, on the construction sector. And may I add, Madam Speaker, we have taken the Desperados, the former Desperados Pan Theatre, and we are going to annex that to the current facility, refurbish it, and we are going to make sure that we provide for all our young men and women who are talented and would like to get involved in recording, that facility will be available for that kind of work. So when people speak about Trinidad music, the only member of parliament I heard trying Trinidad music on the platform was the member of Superior talking about load up the matic and load it back and empty it and bust a shot. I've heard nobody else talking about Trinidad music. I encourage those young persons who are so talented and skilled to take advantage of the programs under the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, and therefore you can channel that into some positive direction. I ask all our young people to refuse and reject any advice that suggests you should be violent. Load no matic or any such thing. Focus on your education. Right? Get into the agricultural program. Plant some okra, some cucumbers, some cabbage, some baigan. But ignore, Madam Speaker, I urge our young people to ignore the advice given by the leader of the opposition, member for Superior, to load any matic or any such thing. And then you want to talk about leading Trinidad and Tobago again? Madness. No, that's not going to happen. At least certainly if my arrow has anything to do with it. And Madam Speaker, in California, because as I make the point, it is only the PNM that is a national government. You know, we represent all areas, even the ones that the people in those communities may vote for the UNC and put them in office. We hold on to all areas of this country because we are elected to govern for all areas. The California Youth Center, which was just refurbished at a cost of in excess of $2 million, $2.7 million, that facility will have a demonstration center for aquaculture, and we are going to reopen this facility very soon and launch this facility for the benefit of the constituents of Couva South, Madam Speaker. Couva South. And we are going to focus on agro-processing at that facility as well to encourage our young farmers to add value to the products that they produce so that they can put it in the supermarkets and sell it to some of us here in the West and in the East and in further South Trinidad. That will take place right at the California Youth Center. Los Bajo, that is in South, very close to Faizabad, right? Industrial arts, we are about 95% completed with that facility. We will launch that facility within a month or so, and that facility will focus on training for the industries in that community. Right next door in Palo Seco, minor equipment repairs. We have taken a former NESC center that they closed down, and the building was left there, abandoned and vandalized. And we, as a responsible government, we have just awarded a contract to refurbish that facility and repurpose it and train our young people in that area and surrounding areas, so Faizabad and Point Fortin and La Brea and those areas, in minor equipment repair so that they can get into business and entrepreneurship. And in Point Fortin, another facility they closed down. Madam Speaker, you know, they're very expert at closing things down in the UNC, so we just will not put them back in government and save ourselves a whole lot of trouble. In Point Fortin, we will repurpose that facility that they closed down, which was left there for the last how many years, and we will reintroduce training in welding and fabrication in Point Fortin. I'm sure the Member of Parliament for Point Fortin is happy to hear of this development. And in addition to that, we will open some additional centers in Enterprise Chaguanas. I think that is the constituency of Chaguanas East. We will establish in that community a youth development center for the young men and the young women of the community of Enterprise. We will do the same thing for Malabar, the same thing for Sangre Grande, the same thing for La Hoqueta, and the same thing for Belmont. And that is the first phase. There's a phase 2 and a phase 3. We are coming to you soon, Chaguanas West. And you've been doing well. I'm not sure whether Siparia will keep you, but I'm sure you will get some facilities there in time to come. And Madam Speaker, as we continue to work in partnership with the Ministry of Education, there's a program, the 40 Under 40 program, which we do in conjunction with the Ministry of Education. And what does that program get to do? It's a mentorship program. We identify persons who have excelled, lawyers, doctors, nurses, from all professions, sportsmen, soca artists, chutney singers. And as long as they are willing to come and assist, we take them into the schools, and they are allowed to interact and to speak to and to share their challenges and their successes with the students. And that helps in lifting the morale. And they speak about the importance of education, what education has done for them. And that program is continuing and has been very successful, Madam Speaker.
Member for La Hoqueta, Talparu, you have 3 minutes of ordinary time left. You're entitled to a further 15 minutes extended time if you require to complete your contribution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will take advantage of that.
Please.
And we understand, Madam Speaker, that sometimes the traditional media or the social media may not reach everyone. So that particularly for those urban areas and many of the rural areas where the young people may not be getting access to the information as the government churns it out, we have developed a youth career and education caravan. We have been to Moruga Tableland. We've been to San Fernando. We've been, as a matter of fact, the last caravan was held on Africa grounds in Shoguana's East constituency, Madam Speaker. We have been to Point Fortin. We have been to Sangre Grande. We have been to St. Anne's. We have been to Shoguana's. And we continue to take the programs of the government in respect of the collaborative efforts of the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Youth. We soon to come to St. Joseph. We are going to go to Diego Martin. Everywhere in Trinidad and Tobago, we have young people throughout. There's 550,000 young persons in this country. And that caravan is designed to take all of the opportunities of the government in skills training and otherwise, member for Tabaquite. We will soon bring a caravan to Tabaquite whilst you continue to serve your constituents and continue to be the member of parliament there. We will bring a caravan there for the young people to get advantage and take advantage. And they can sign up on the spot. All of the services are there so that if a young person comes to the caravan and they see a program they're interested in, on the spot sign up. They can do. And that is the government taking its program to our young people. Madam Speaker, next week we launch the Industrial Mechanical Apprenticeship Training Program in conjunction with Heritage Petroleum Company Limited. And that program will operate out of Santa Flora at the mechanical shop of the former Petrotrin, which has been refurbished, and we launched the application recently. All of your constituents is an online application. I think it's still open or just about to close, so you still are, it's closing in a couple of days. You still have the opportunity to get your constituents to register for this program and therefore access training to introduce them to the energy sector. I mean, this is a government that certainly takes care of its citizens and is concerned about the education of its young people. We have determined to do all that we can to encourage our young people in business. So we say to our young people, don't just be job seekers, but be job creators. Look at business, look at entrepreneurship. Just as the member of Point-a-Pierre, a businessman himself. We want to encourage other young people to get involved in business. So entrepreneurship training is at the heart of what we are doing. And so NEDCO has been resourced to offer a program called the Business Accelerator Program. What does it do? It takes existing small and micro entrepreneurs, brings them into a program, twin them with mentors who are already successful in that area, will give them all the training of how to keep their books, how to remain up to date with their taxes, how to prepare their NIS, and look at their business plan and help them with not only the training I spoke about, but if they require funding to expand what they are currently doing. And we are also catering for startups. The Minister of Finance would have announced in the budget, and we would have spoken and launched very recently, a small and micro enterprise grant of up to $20,000 for small persons. We are training a lot of persons, so we want to make sure after you receive that training, you have the ability to get involved in small business. So if you did tailoring and you don't just keep your skill and you can't afford to buy a serger or a sewing machine, we are going to give you a grant. 1,000 grants each year, Madam Speaker, never before heard of. And you're going to get the training that comes with it and the mentorship that comes with it. In addition, we will establish youth business hubs across the country. And what you'll be able to do is, if you don't have the space from which you have a desk or a computer or telephone, you can utilize the hub in your initial startup to conduct those types of transactions, and you get the support I spoke about earlier from these hubs. So we're not just leaving you to shoot in the dark. We're giving you how to set up a business, how to register with the Registrar General, all of this. And yet the member for Tabaki says there is some limit somewhere for skills training and development in Trinidad and Tobago. That might be on Mars, but certainly not in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. We will as well establish the youth business parks. So we have some young people who are interested in light manufacturing, who want to open a tire shop or a mechanic shop, etc. NEDCO will then take a particular location, set up, have an anchor tenant at that location to help to bring in the traffic onto the spot, and then rent out at under market rates to start-up businesses run by young people. You have to be under 35 to access this program, and you get the opportunity to establish your dream business with the support of the government, Madam Speaker. And so we are also running programs to support our next vehicle of national service, because it all ties in together. We want to have an all-round citizen who can contribute in a meaningful way to the development of society. And so the government has embarked on a program to expand our range of national service programs. The CCC, a very successful non-residential program. We are currently reviewing that program with a view to expanding the number of students who will be enrolled in the CCC and have available to them a range of training programs in the same skills area and certification that comes with it. Currently, it's about 900, and we intend to take that up to at least 1,500 young persons annually, Madam Speaker. The military-led academic training program, MILAT, a success story. My colleague, Minister Gonzalez, attended the last graduation at the Queen's Park Savannah, along with my colleague, MP Leons, and we were so, and MP Fitzgerald Hines. We were so impressed by the progress being made by many of these young men who went into this program with 0 levels. And some of them are leaving the program with full certificates, and that is something as a country we have to be proud about. The program also deals and inspires participants to become well-adjusted and disciplined members of society. So the program deals with behavior change as well. And, Madam Speaker, this program we have identified as the program that we will use to absorb the students who have been suspended from secondary school for deviant behavior. The MyPath program is also one that we are expanding. The Geriatric Adolescent Partnership Program, the Retiree Adolescent Partnership Program, and I want to speak about this one a little bit, because as the member speaks about education and what we are doing, we understand that in some families there is an inability to assist the students with their homework after school. So this program that has been, there's a silent intervention all along. We will seek to expand the reach of this program. It is mainly retired teachers who are involved in this program. And what they do is after school hours, those students who need support in completing their homework, etc., can access the RAP program. We currently have 8 centers. We intend to double those centers to 16. Madam Speaker, this is the government taking education very seriously and working in partnership with the Ministry of Education. And, Madam Speaker, the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago will be pleased to know that in addition to all that I've announced of the programs of the YTEP, of the MICIT, of the NESC, of the COSTAT, in addition to all of that, the government has decided, Cabinet has decided to establish the National Youth Development Agency via an Act of Parliament. It will come to the Parliament soon. And that agency will be responsible for the overall management of these facilities and to make sure we reduce duplication where we can and increase efficiency, and to make sure that we have a wide range of skills tailored to suit the development needs of the country, so that when the member speaks about training to tie into our development needs, we are way ahead in this game, Madam Speaker. The National Youth Development Agency will be doing just that. We'll be treating with youth development, national leadership training, and in contemplation of all of that, and because of the data that we have received, we have launched certain special training programs to bring at an accelerated rate up to speed some of our citizens so we can fill some of those gaps. So CRISP, which is a course in refrigeration and air conditioning, will equip some of our young people with those skills. We have so far trained 100 persons, and each year we will train, for the next 2 years, 100 persons in air conditioning and refrigeration to make sure that we fill that gap. Drive, because we now have a lot of hybrid vehicles, electronic vehicles coming, and we need mechanics who can repair your vehicles in an efficient way. So I'm sure the member for Tabakit might be considering buying a hybrid vehicle or electronic vehicle. We are training mechanics to service those vehicles in a project called Project Drive, and we currently have 100 students enrolled in that program, and they are going to focus, in addition to the traditional repairs of motor vehicles, for the hybrid and the electronic vehicles. All set, because the government is boosting in the construction sector. We are going to be developing, we have certain major projects going on at this time. We want to make sure we train people in heavy equipment operation, and we currently have been training persons in the operation of excavators, backhoes, skid steer, dump truck, you name it, Madam Speaker. The government understands and has its pulse on what is happening in this country, and we are training persons skills for work. Not skills to stay home, skills for work or business. That is the work that the government is doing right now. And then we understand that social media can be used to expand your business and to operate your business. It's no longer just brick and mortar business taking place. You can stay in your home, from the comfort of your home, and run a business successfully. So we have a program, Project Trending, teaching our young people how to do online business. And it's going very successfully, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to say. And then the member for Siparia spoke about a program that they ran where they, had people who were tailors and barbers, etc. Not barbers, other skilled people who do not have certification. Well, we have a program very successfully being implemented by the PNM that does just that. And we assess the skills of the particular tradesman, and if there's any remedial work we need to do, we work with them to get them to be certified so that they can then probably work up the islands, they can go to higher education, and they can utilize their experience with the younger trainees who are coming forward. I think that is really a PNM program that somebody tried to rebrand and call it a partnership program. Bridging Success. Bridging Success, Madam Speaker, treats with those young persons who may have left school with less than a full certificate, and they are now underemployed or not looking at further education. And Bridging Success, which is being run in conjunction with another agency of the Ministry of Education, I told you it's an all-of-government approach, training annually 150 young persons, giving them a special entrance examination, so that if they want to enter certain levels of tertiary education, they can matriculate after this training program, and as long as they complete the entrance examination. So we're taking all of that into consideration. UTech, nail technology, makeup artistry, baking and culinary skills, phone and tablet repairs. What we are doing is taking some of the idle hands, some of them might exist in Pointe-a-Pierre constituency MP for Pointe-a-Pierre, We're taking some of these idle hands and giving them a skill so that they can go out there and earn an honest living and expand and open a business and create employment and cause some activity, further activity within the economy. And so, Madam Speaker, the list goes on and on. As a matter of fact, if I have to complete this list, it will take me probably another couple hours. But, Madam Speaker, in addition to all of that, we create the opportunity for our young people to come forward and to share with us what they think we can do as a government to assist them in their development. So later this year, we will be hosting the National Youth Convention that will involve youth workers and youth-minded workers from across the country who will come together in convention to share with us as we consult with them on what are some of the additional things that the government can do to work hand in hand in increasing the opportunities available for youth development in this country. So, while I understand the care and concern of the member for Tabakit, I must say, Madam Speaker, that the government is way, light years ahead of the opposition in this matter. I want to commend the work of the Minister and the Ministry of Education as they continue to organize and improve and modernize the systems within that ministry. And as we seek, all of us would like to see our students achieve their best and develop and be successes in this country, we work as a whole of government approach. We will be collaborating with the Ministry of Public Utilities very soon. We have already designed and will soon launch a program for plumbing, pipe laying, electrical installations, overhead lines, maintenance. We will be doing that, and it's an apprenticeship program. So after the training, we will find opportunities for these students from throughout Trinidad and Tobago. We are collaborating with the Ministry of Culture and the Arts.
Before La Hoketa Talparo, the time is now spent. Now, before point of prayer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, so much. Before I get into my presentation this afternoon, I want to give thanks where thanks is due. And I want to thank and I want to congratulate my colleague, the member for Tabakit, on an excellent motion that she brought here this afternoon, Madam Speaker. She did it well. And I also like to congratulate my colleague, the member for Siparia, the opposition leader, on another excellent presentation, Madam Speaker. I can't say so much for my friend down at the end there. My friend, I call him my friend. He knows we are friends. The Minister of Youth Development and National Service, also the member for La Hoketa Talparo. I know he was very passionate here this afternoon, Madam Speaker. I know he said, and I want to use his words. Normally, the Minister of Youth Development always conjure with the Ministry of Education. So I saw him defending the Ministry of Education here this hour very passionately, Madam Speaker. And I know down on that side, they tend to see him as the next leader of their party, Madam Speaker. Because I don't know if he's warming up for them down at the end there, Madam Speaker. I see a change, Deputy Speaker. Thank you for coming in this afternoon. Now, I listened to the Minister of National Youth Development and National Service, Deputy Speaker, and I must correct some of the untruths, Madam Speaker, that the Minister mentioned here this afternoon. Untruths, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I know the Minister is suffering from newness. I know he came in on April 2021 as the Minister of National Youth Development and National Service. So he's not familiar with the tertiary skills sector of our country, Madam Speaker. I know he's Deputy Speaker, I know the minister is representing the youth of this country, and I will say more about him and the youths of this country, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I am shocked that the minister, and I don't think he's malicious or anything like that, Deputy Speaker. I think maybe he's misinformed about the skills sector, the skills industry training in our country, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the minister mentioned the youth camps. I want to clear up some things here. The El Dorado Youth Camp, which is in my colleague, the member is in Augustine. The El Dorado Youth Camp, when the PP government came into power in 2010, Deputy Speaker. What? Oh, sorry. Is it Tunapuna? I think Hillview College up on that side, Deputy Speaker. Sorry, I apologize. The El Dorado Youth Camp was not operating as El Dorado Youth Camp when the PP government came into power. This government, the previous PNM government, had shut it down, and they had police officers living in the El Dorado Youth Camp. What we did, and I want to congratulate the minister. He acknowledged the great work of our late colleague, Minister Fazal Karim, Deputy Speaker. And the Minister Fazal Karim, I still call him minister, was his dean in, I think, Karipichaima High School, Deputy Speaker. El Dorado Youth Camp was shut down as a youth camp by the last PNM administration before the PP government came into power in 2010. What we did, because we were building the Couva Children Hospital and we were improving the medical facilities in our country, what the Minister Fazal Karim and the Honorable Prime Minister at the time, the member for Superior, what they did with Costat, they converted that youth camp into a state-of-the-art nursing academy, Deputy Speaker. You know that as the MP for Tunapuna. You know that.
Again,
and you know,
Honourable Member, please.
Sorry,
don't bring the Speaker chair into. Yeah.
Look, my colleague is running. Why is my colleague running? And you know what they did, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker? They shut it down. They shut down a state-of-the-art El Dorado Nursing Academy that was creating training for our young men and women in our country as nurses, Deputy Speaker. We spent millions in developing that state-of-the-art with Costat, and they shut it down. They shut it down. And the minister has the gall to come and talk about we shut down El Dorado Youth Camp. They shut it down. We converted it to a state-of-the-art medical facility training nurses for our country, Deputy Speaker. And also for the CARICOM, because I see there's free movement just now. But they shut it down, and we have to ask the country, why did they do that? Why did they do that? Why they you know what else they shut down, Deputy Speaker? The minister and the Minister of Education, both ministers, wants to talk about training. Under their tenure, and this is why I say I think the Minister of Youth Development is suffering from newness. They shut down another great training facility in Chagaramas, which we know it as a hotel school, Deputy Speaker, that used to train hundreds and thousands of young men and women in our service sector. They shut down that facility. That facility today is still shut down, Deputy Speaker. A great hotel school that trained our young men and women, that provided jobs throughout our CARICOM, the tourist sector in our country and throughout CARICOM. And they want to talk about what we did. I think they're suffering from amnesia, Deputy Speaker. Let me tell you further. I want to tell you further. the same minister that just spoke, talked about shut down facilities. Under their tenure, between 2015 and 2020, they shut down the NESE database center that we kept open. Deputy Speaker, that trained hundreds of young men and women in auto mechanics. They were specializing in that database center in auto mechanics, Deputy Speaker. They shut it down. They shut down in their constituency, in Labre, NESE center, Deputy Speaker. They shut it down in Labre. They seem to open it back up after they're under pressure to try and do something for the youth, but they had closed it. The Minister of Youth Development and National Service talked about Palo Seco Center. I visited Palo Seco NESE Center with Minister Fazal Karim. And Minister Fazal Karim and the NESE chairman at the time, we reopened the Palo Seco NESE Center. I don't know what the minister is talking about. I could go on. Under Minister Fazal Karim, Minister of Tertiary Education, and the Prime Minister at the time, opposition leader and presently member for Parliament for Siparia, we created, the PP government created for the first time in our country and CARICOM something known as the drilling school in St. Madeleine in Princestown. The drilling school, and you know what they did? They shut down Petrotrin. We know about skills training. We developed skills training. We took it at a higher level. All this government is doing with these two ministers, the Minister of Education and the Minister of Youth Development, is they're creating buzzwords. They're creating buzzwords. So they take these agencies like MIC, Institute of Technology, that continues to do good work. Presently, there's a chairman there by Chairman Imber. I don't think there's any family here, but Chairman Imber, he has continued the good work. Oh, that's your uncle? Sorry. I didn't know that was your uncle. All right? I'm glad, huh?
Point up here, please.
Minister
no, direct the chair. Yeah.
Corrected me.
Right, no problem. Thank you, thank you, members.
The chairman has continued good work that we started and they have started. It's a continuum. I always say, Deputy Speaker, that government is a continuum. It's a continuum. So what MIC Institute of Technology has continued doing work and training for the youths. But underneath their tenure, under the Minister of Finance, they have cut back allocations over the last 8 years to all these training facilities, Deputy Speaker. So they cannot produce the kind of training that they used to produce under the PP government. That's a fact. And I will call out the numbers from the yellow box later on in my presentation, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Presto Youth Camp, which the Minister doesn't even know, it is in Caroni East, Caroni Central, my colleague MP in Caroni Central, Presto. Chatham, I visited Chatham with the minister, late Minister Fazal Karim. I visited Presto. We kept it open. They are now trying to do residential and upgrade it, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Lavantil Center. Lavantil Center was a center that was shared with NESE and MIC Institute of Technology. NESE was running a fantastic music program on that facility, and MIC was doing welding and other skills training. It was running between 2010, 2015, doing great work for the people of Lavantil. Between 2015 and 2020 or 2022, I don't know what happened, and maybe the minister should ask his colleagues, what did they do with Lavantil Center, Deputy Speaker? Deputy Speaker, my lot, my part. That's a new buzzword for them. But my lot, my part program has been around before the PP government. It was around in the last Manning administration, Deputy Speaker. It has been the My Lot, My Part program has been doing great work for years. It is nothing new that the minister is talking about. We took it up a notch. We took it up a notch. Maybe they took it down a notch and brought it back up. But they have been doing superb work with young men and women for a number of years, not under the PP, even before PP government. Deputy Speaker, YTEP, NESC, MIC Institute of Technology have been doing great work. Deputy Speaker, I really don't know what the Minister of Youth Training and Youth Development is talking about this afternoon, Deputy Speaker. But I'm not surprised because I expected him to come and say the same thing. Deputy Speaker, I really didn't want to go off track, but the Minister threw me off track because really, and as my colleague from Tabakit has started off, this is not about condemning anybody. It is about making people aware of our education sector, Deputy Speaker. It's not scoring cheap political points. We are trying to make the country or even the government aware what is going on if they don't know in the education sector, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we have always said as opposition, and we are told by them that we are unpatriotic or we are objecting to progress. But today's motion brought by my colleague is one aimed at assessing, benchmarking, and truly analyzing if every single child in our nation, despite their background and challenges, have the opportunity to benefit from equitable access to education. That is what we are about this evening. Nothing else, Deputy Speaker. That is what my colleague, the opposition leader, spoke about, and also my colleague who brought this motion, the MP for Tabakit. It's about equitable access to education, Deputy Speaker. This motion, Deputy Speaker, is not based on hearsay or rumors by us as the opposition, but real critical issues, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I just want to refer to a few headlines of news articles encapsulate the dilemma we face in our nation in the education sector. Trinidad Express, 4th September 2023. Headline, new term but familiar problems. That's the headline, Deputy Speaker. And what that article says, really and truly, is about back in July-August holidays in 2023, the Ministry of Education was given the impression and undertaking they were going to have an accelerated and expensive infrastructure maintenance program. That's the article. But as the school term started back in September 2023, several schools, once again, were not able to welcome students at the start of the term, Deputy Speaker. But the headline is, new term but familiar problems, back in September 23, Deputy Speaker. Trinidad Newsday, 23rd of January 2023, headline, education for some. These are not our words, you know. This is the headline in the newspaper article, education for some. And that article really talked about children with special needs and disabilities struggle to access public schools or have been forced to drop out of school for various reasons in respect to the children with special needs and disabilities. Headline, education for some, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, 1st of June 2023. Headline, stakeholders agree secondary school system needs revamp. And that article, Deputy Speaker, talks about the president of Tutor, one Martin Lumking, said, it is about time, and I quote, the Prime Minister acknowledges that the education system is broken. These are not the opposition words, Deputy Speaker. So, Deputy Speaker, back in 2022, we asked this government, when we did the motion in 2022, because the member for Tabakit brought a very similar motion on education back in February 2022, February 25th, 2022. Just over 2 years, Deputy Speaker. You know what happened on that fateful day of February 25th, 2022, while we were here debating? The barrier divers were in that pipeline, Deputy Speaker. On the February 20th, when he debated the MP for Tabakit motion, I didn't realize that until I was doing my research, that was the same fateful day that when we were debating a motion on education 2 years ago, Deputy Speaker. That's right. Deputy Speaker, I want to read a little thing here. This motion tells us that whereas, and I want to quote, in accordance with the Education Act, Chapter 3901, the government has a responsibility for managing the education system. That's one of the recitals in the motion. But simply providing students with a physical space, Deputy Speaker, is not managing the education system. Management of the education system, in my view, Deputy Speaker, is when that physical space is up to standard. And that is why we are here today. The member for Superior talked about infrastructure and also the MP for Tabaquit. It is when the technology available in that space is on par with global standards to assist students. It is when the human resources, such as teachers, who work in that physical space are incentivized and regularly trained to best help the students who utilize the space. Deputy Speaker, management of the education system has to be based on innovation, in my view, modern standards, and upgraded on a timely basis. This government has routinely failed in the last 8 years in this nexus, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, there's an education policy that was launched by the Minister of Education back in 2023. And the education policy is for the period 23 to 27. This education policy on page 8 of that policy, and it's on the website, MP for Tabaquit, outline 8 areas of strategic goals. And those 8 goals, I want to back in 23, let me tell you these 8 goals. 1, amendment of the Education Act. 2, human resource development. 3, equity in quality education. 4, curriculum reform. 5, TVET revitalization. 6, digital transformation. 7, transition of learners through the education system. And 8, enabling student success. So all of these 8 goals, Deputy Speaker, after 8 years, they now figure these are the 8 goals that they should go with. After 8 years, this government has only realized that they must focus on these 8 key areas, Deputy Speaker. It's amazing after 8 years, Deputy Speaker. Let us evaluate. I want to evaluate these 8 goals, Deputy Speaker. I really need to, and I wouldn't go into all, but I wanted to start off with 1, amendment of the Education Act. This is, you would think after 8 years, they now figure out they have to do some amendments to the Education Act. And the Education Act still does not deal with early childhood education needs, special needs education, or post-secondary, TVET, and tertiary education. I want to talk about HR development because that's one of their goals. And the minister talked about digitization because the member for Tabaquit talked that we are still in the analog system, right? Our research, or my research, has revealed that after 8 years, the Ministry of Education is still in a file and cupboard system. What's that? Where files go missing many times to the frustration of employees. The government is still speaking about HR development. Yet in 2022, Deputy Speaker, the Trinidad Express reported that some teachers were having difficulties receiving their increments despite yearly performance reports. An article on October 22nd, 2022, entitled, Teachers Face Issues Over Increments, because their reports were still in a file and cupboard system, Deputy Speaker, and is not very efficient. So I want to ask, we as the opposition, we would like to ask the Minister of Education to confirm if all increments outstanding to teachers have been paid. Because you see, Deputy Speaker, we need to motivate and preserve the morale of our teachers if you have to move the education sector forward, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, they talked about curriculum reform. But I want to remind the country and the government, under the stewardship of the Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamala Prasad-Bissessar, between 2010 and 2015, her team, the People's Partnership in 2012, created the continuous assessment component, Deputy Speaker, and this government scrapped that. That is why we have so many problems. And you know what they did? They scrapped the continuous assessment program, and you know what they formed? A committee called to abolish the SEA. They formed a committee to abolish the SEA exam.
8 years later.
Right? 8 years later. But they stopped the continuous assessment program, which would have assessed our primary school students to continuously assess their work during their period before they get into secondary school, Deputy Speaker. And that would have assisted those young men and women when they go into the secondary school system. Even the teachers, Deputy Speaker, they scrapped that. So when I hear about the Minister of Youth Development and National Service come to talk about what we shut down, I think he has amnesia. He's suffering from amnesia, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, there's something I want to... How much time do I have, Deputy Speaker, for full time?
Full-time. Full-time, remember, you end at 5:22 p.m. 5:22 p.m.
Full-time.
Full-time. So, and as I'm on my legs, you have just about a couple minutes of your initial speaking time. You care to avail yourself of the additional? Sure, proceed.
Yes, as I said, Deputy Speaker, I think listening to the Minister of Youth Development and National Service, the member for Lahokita Talpara, is suffering from amnesia based on his presentation this afternoon and what we have said so far this evening. Yeah, another Rip Van Winkle, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I want to get into the student support system, which is very critical, and that is one of the areas that we have been having a lot of issues in our secondary school system, Deputy Speaker. Because that's security, student support services division. And I just want to say, this system was established in 2004. They delivered, and I think the member for Sipara talked about, an array of psychosocial, educational, and behavioral services for students to provide environments that support their healthy development, enabling them to become responsible and productive citizens. This division, Deputy Speaker, provides a comprehensive and well-coordinated array of psychosocial support services to students, which includes specialized services for children with moderate and severe special educational needs, behavioral issues, clinical issues, and career guidance, Deputy Speaker. 2 years ago, the member for Tabakit and also the member for Sapari and our colleagues kept raising this issue about that student support services division. And this government, between 2015, have been starving that division with the resources that was critical for our secondary school system. And that is why we are having the kind of issues we have with our young men and women in our secondary system, because they cannot get the kind of support from the student support services division. And we have several thousands of qualified young men and women who cannot get a job in the education system because they would not hire them, Deputy Speaker. So today we call on the Minister of Education to tell us in 2 years how many of those vacancies that are outstanding have been filled, Deputy Speaker. How have you propelled this Student Support Services Division program as given the crisis of school violence that is rampant in our school system, Deputy Speaker? There's a major need for the Student Support Service to be properly functioning and financed, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I want to turn to special needs education, which is very dear to us on this side. Maybe not them, but us on this side. It touches us on this side, Deputy Speaker. It touches me, especially in my constituency of Point-a-Pier, especially in Gopal lands, Deputy Speaker. When I listen to the Minister of Youth Development and National Service here this afternoon, and it's coming on to his end, the Minister mentioned how much he's doing for all these youths in Trinidad and Tobago throughout the country, Deputy Speaker. There's a young, bright, brilliant lady. The member for Siparia is aware of that individual. That individual, I want to put it on record, has no affiliation to the United National Congress. None. That lady, young lady, bright lady, is about 20 years old. Her brother suffers from autism. And she has a passion for the last all of her life, taking care of her brother. She did it so well, Deputy Speaker. She developed her skills in that area of special needs, Deputy Speaker. She was so good. This young lady, her name is Maya Kirti Nanan. She founded the Autism Siblings and Friends Network, and she was chosen, Deputy Speaker, as the Commonwealth Young Person of the Year for 2023. We, on both sides, should be proud of that young lady. She's doing great, fantastic work with her aunt, Dr. Radhika Mahes, Deputy Speaker, in the special needs area. This young lady, because of her brilliance, got a grant, a Commonwealth grant. And they started up a center called Rahul's Clubhouse Center in Gopal Lands. The only reason why they ended up in Gopal Lands is because the facility that they got was affordable based on the grant they got. So I want to say it, and I hope there is no political victimization done to these people. They are not members of the United National Congress. They need help. So I was invited to one day of their open house a couple weeks ago. And I asked her, we were talking, great work. Have you reached out to the Minister of Youth Development and National Service? You know what that young lady told me? And she's a Commonwealth. Out of 4 in the CARICOM, she was chosen for Trinidad and Tobago. She said she has been trying to get a meeting with the Minister of Youth Development and National Service for months. Months, Deputy Speaker, to inform him and his technocrats of the work that they are doing on autism in this country, Deputy Speaker. Up to today, she cannot get a meeting with the Minister of Youth Development and National Service. And then the minister this evening wants to come and tell us about how much he cares about youth and he knows about youth. I'm ashamed. I don't think that is my friend. I call him my friend. Deputy Speaker, I still call him my friend. No, I still call him my friend. Deputy Speaker, she runs this center, the Rahul Center. Rahul is her brother's name. With her aunt, Dr. Radhika Mahes, who is a Shakonia Medal Silver winner. You know what year? 2023. Who in government? Last year? This government. They gave her that. The president, who is a past MP for Pointe-a-Pierre. So she understands the work that these people are doing. But yet, this government cannot see the Minister of Education or even the Minister of Youth Development and National Service cannot make the time to meet these young people. Let me tell you the kind of work that they're doing in the special needs in that center, Deputy Speaker. You will be amazed. You will be amazed. They take sixth form students come to that center as part of their training. Sixth form students, Deputy Speaker. I was amazed. They have taken 2 sixth form classes. 2 sixth form classes. And those sixth formers come to that center and understand the work of autism, special needs children. What they are doing, this center and these 2 young ladies and their facilitators, what they are doing is instilling something that we as colleagues here cannot do. They are instilling making better men and women of them in our country, Deputy Speaker. They are now understanding special needs children of our country. They are making them better young men and women. And yet they have applied, they have been audited, they have been looked at, over and over, and they cannot even get a subvention from this government, Deputy Speaker. And it's not big money they're asking for. So as I see the member for Diego Martin Northeast, I know he's a good Catholic. I hope he takes and investigates this issue along with my colleague, the MP for Rima. I see she's smiling. So she understands the work that these people are doing, Deputy Speaker. They do fantastic work in the special needs area. And all they're asking for is a little help, motivation from this government. Because if the Queens, the Commonwealth, could give them a grant, they understand the importance of their work. Why we, as legislators, cannot do the same, Deputy Speaker. And I'm calling on this government to reach out to that facility, Deputy Speaker, because they train over 75 young men and women throughout this country, and they are not living in Gopal lands. They are living, some are living come from Maraval, some come from Arima, Sandy Grande, Pointe-a-Pierre, Palo Seco, to name a few, Deputy. So they are out throughout the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago. So all they are asking is, I am asking, and you know the funny thing, Deputy Speaker? Everywhere else can get OJT trainees. They have applied for OJT trainees. I see the Minister of Labour is here. And the OJT office has come and visited them, and they have, somehow the red tape is so much that they cannot even get OJT trainees who are qualified, who might have done their degree in psycho and sociology and so forth to come and assist this center, deputies. They cannot up to today get OJT trainees. But everywhere else, we as MPs have OJT trainees. But an important facility like that cannot get OJT trainees, Deputy Speaker. So again, I ask the Minister, I'm happy to see the Minister of Labour is here, that if he can look into that. It's called the Rahul Center, Minister of Labour. Thank you for looking into it, and I know you'll get a favorable response by next week, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, you know, they always like to say to us here on this side, we don't give recommendations. I have a few suggestions. I wouldn't say recommendations, some suggestions. Because I know the member for Dabadi O'Meara will jump up. I know she's coming up next. And will say, the opposition don't like to give recommendations, only negative. So I'm going to give her a few suggestions. She's a friend, another friend. But before this suggestion, I'll ask some questions. How many teachers, and I hope the member for Dabadi O'Meara can answer, how many teachers with special education, specializations, are graduating from UTT every year? How many special education teachers are currently employed by the Ministry of Education? How many schools have special ed teachers, and which schools are they? And I am suggesting, the opposition suggestion, at least one teacher with a degree in special needs education is assigned to each school, because we have the talent, Deputy Speaker, at all levels, and even the ECC and primary and secondary. We are also saying revamp the student support services so it can operate more efficiently and effectively, Deputy Speaker. That is critical, especially times that we are in. I also want to make a suggestion that the Ministry of Education needs to implement an affirmative action policy to prevent discrimination of persons with autism and other learning disabilities, Deputy Speaker. That is critical. And we're also suggesting increasing number of teachers' aide employed in schools, both in primary and secondary, Deputy Speaker. Did we see what time I am?
At 5:22, member.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, when I was looking at some research, Finland, the country Finland, I just want to read a few things about Finland, Deputy Speaker. And they can, maybe the Dabadi O'Meara can take it in the good way that I'm asking. Finland was focused on reforming their educational system as it was in desperate need for reform. Their program was centered, as my colleague, the MP for Superior, Rip Van Winkle, on getting back to basics, Deputy Speaker. We have to get back to basics. It wasn't about getting the best grades or escalating the stakes. This is Finland. They instead sought to make the school climate more equitable, Deputy Speaker. They do not have standardized testing. There is no competition, and they don't worry about artificial or arbitrary merit-based systems. There is no list of top-performing schools or teachers, Deputy Speaker. It is not an environment of competition. Instead, it is an environment of cooperation, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, as I come to an end, I must go to Pointe-à-Pitre. And I listened to my colleague, the MP for Tabaquite, and the honorable opposition leader about infrastructure, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, you would not believe, and have been asking this for the last 8 going on 9 years, right here in this chamber. There's an ECC center in Marabella, in my constituency of Marabella. In 2015, when we demitted office, that center was 95% completed. 95% completed. I keep asking every year, what is the status of trying to open that center? This year's budget, last year's budget, I got a response from the Minister of Education, and she was kind enough to say they had some issues with the contractor and paying the contractor. So you are telling me, after 8 years, you could not resolve that? After 8 years, to open a center that is 95% complete? You would not like to see the state of that center today. The MP for Superior, the MP for Superior mentioned it, that those centers that were nearly for completion are now further deteriorated because everything has been vandalized from it, Deputy Speaker. So I ask again, when will they be opening that ECC center in Marabella, Deputy Speaker? Deputy Speaker, the Claxton Bay Primary Anglican School was condemned because of structural issues. It is an old school, the Claxton Bay Primary Anglican School. The last Minister of Education, prior to 2010, had promised the parents and the constituency, not David Lee, the constituency, to rebuild the school. That was back in, I think, 2019 when it happened. We are now in 2024, Deputy Speaker, and we are nowhere closer to getting back a school, Deputy Speaker. The children of that school have to be bused from Claxton Bay to a facility in Marabella, in Gopal Lands, Deputy Speaker, and bused back on an evening, Deputy Speaker. I was given the promise by the Minister of Education, thank you for coming in here, and she has promised for a prefab facility to be built. But I pass there nearly every day, and I don't see anything happening. As we always say, PNM promises never materialize, Deputy Speaker. So in closing, Deputy Speaker, I have said a lot here this afternoon. I really hope that help is given to that facility, that special needs facility in the Gopal Lands. And I know the Minister of Education is well aware of that facility. And I hope, Minister, that you can assist really, and not any political, don't let the politics get involved in it. And I'm pleading. You hear the passion in my voice, Deputy Speaker, because they do fantastic work. The MP for Superior is aware of that Dr. Mahis and the good work that she does, Deputy Speaker. So, Deputy Speaker, with those few words, I thank you.
I recognize the member for Dabadi O'Meara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to respond to this private motion brought forward. By the member for Tabakit. Deputy Speaker, usually when someone is as intelligent as the member for Tabakit, and I will say, for the record, I do think she's one of the brightest persons on the other side. You would expect an argument with depth.
On the government side that are congregating in the precinct, please either get your seat so you can go further outside the precinct, please. Proceed, member for Dabadi O'Meara.
But Deputy Speaker, the argument lacked depth, substance. It focused on superficial aspects rather than the core issues at hand. Deputy Speaker, I am concerned that the Honourable's proposal is based on surface-level care and compassion. Anyone can pretend to care. Anyone can say they want better for the nation. But Deputy Speaker, when I had to listen to the member for Superior, and I recall her platform performance on Trinidad music, I want to remind the honourable member that
Again, hold on, member, please. Members, everyone will be allowed to enter the debate. And again, those who have spoken already are not allowed to disrupt or to enhance any crosstalk. So please, members. All right? Dabadi O'Meara, member, you are recognized.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is not about reggae music and the desire to smoke marijuana, but I understand the connection. This is the Honourable Deputy Speaker, may I please be protected from the member of...
Again, please, members. Proceed.
Start over.
Antonio Rez, 21 years old, a musician, graduated from St. Anthony's College, a young man with a promising future. His mother, a clerical worker in the bank, his sister, a student in a top school in Port of Spain, was brutally murdered because of the words that he sang. Deputy Speaker, at the other end of the gun, the young man sang about guns and violence, things that he did not experience personally, but was killed for simply saying words. So when I hear a grandmother say, load up the matic, empty the clip, and bring it into Parliament, Deputy Speaker, then I understand what exactly is wrong with society. But back to the move of the motion. As usual, style, but lacking the substance necessary for productive conversation on this very important topic. But as usual, with my colleague in the Ministry of Education, we enjoy these forays because it gives us the opportunity to debunk the misconceptions, get rid of the empty rhetoric, the innuendos, without concrete evidence. Deputy Speaker, and if I hear one more time about the laptop program from 2010 to 2015, just like certain members of the opposition, it did not work.
Defunct.
We have established a working system where those who need it get it. And all the schools have the internet connections necessary to make this work. I was a teacher then. We did not have the internet in the school, but we had these lovely laptops where it was $2,000 per laptop for a security system, where the only way that the police were able to actually catch those who stole the laptops is because it was red, black, and white, and they would see it when the thief was running down the road with it. Not again, Deputy Speaker. I will point out again and again, it is a total shame that the opposition never misses a chance to bring dirty politics into every developmental issue. But I would also like to point out the member for Tabakit is a person who has benefited from a PNM education. We understand that a genie will not show up out of the blue and give us all our wishes. But the reality is that change takes time, and everything would not be fixed overnight. You cannot plant a tree and expect to enjoy the shade immediately. It takes time. Unless you're a superhero with superhuman powers, we know it takes time. But in the instance where change happens, guess what? The opposition oppose the change. The same teachers that the member for Pointe-a-Pierre spoke about today were encouraged by certain members to not participate with online teaching. But thank God, tutor put the country and its children first.
Patriotic.
You see, I did enjoy from the member Tabakit the dialogue. Let us work together on this education system. Is it genuine? I don't know. But I do know that quick fixes and immediate change cannot happen overnight. It is an ongoing process. Whenever I hear about these schools that are in terrible conditions, I want to know if they remember that FCL under them ran a secret contract mill house. And Deputy Speaker, you can go to The Guardian, and I quote, now I did not say, but The Guardian said, workers caught backdating deals. A secret contract millhouse was discovered at the Education Facilities Company Limited in Maraval. And armed guards have been called to secure a mountain of potentially damning evidence which points to the illegal manufacturing of backdated tender documents worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Money that could have actually fixed these schools. And Deputy Speaker, enough money disappeared that 8 years now we're still trying to recover. When I listen to persons on the other side taking a jab at TechVoc, TVET sector, peddling a narrative that we are not putting enough emphasis on the industry, where were their suggestions for developing TVET 2023? To 2027. I cannot recall a single member of Parliament on the other side attending any of our education meetings. And before I dig even deeper, Deputy Speaker, I will admit that our education system, like all education systems, are constantly changing, evolving, because that is a global situation. We have new tech advancements, changing social norms, economic fluctuations, global events, and you can mock it how many times you want. COVID-19 was not solved by punching on sunshine. We had to work hard to find solutions. Education must be flexible, adaptable, and we must keep up with the pace. Despite what the opposition leader said, this government, led by the Honorable Prime Minister, and the Minister of Education, the member for St. Anne's East, we have been working tirelessly to ensure we keep apace with these changes, and we are doing our best to offer quality, equitable education. Because we understand exactly what is equity. It's not about equality, it is about equity. It is about the boy in Barataria South Secondary School and the young lady in Holy Name Education receiving both a fine education. Now, we know no system is perfect, no education system is flawless, and of course, they talk about Finland. We cannot seem to have a debate without Finland, Singapore. Well, I didn't hear Barbados today, Deputy. Oh, Barbados was mentioned? Okay. I missed that. They often praise to their education success, but even there, challenges exist. Despite ranking high globally, there's also a rank for mental illness, from stress, in being in systems where high performance academically is the only solution. You see, there are different academic outcomes between the rich and the poor, even in Finland. It is a fact. Singapore has a robust system, but at what cost? The academic pressure leads to student stress. And also for the record, Deputy Speaker, our student support system is robust and getting better every single day. We have restorative practice implemented now. We are ensuring that these children stand a fighting chance because they have problems the same way adults have problems, and they have to face it when they come to school, and we are putting the persons in place to ensure that they have a fair chance. You see, with all the imperfections and the continuous improvement, we know that our system, while not perfect, is getting better. But I want to talk about the recent initiatives that we have been doing, especially in regards of TVET. Because you cannot come to an education debate and not speak about TVET. And that this government is making sure that TVET is honored and respected for the force that it truly is. We have to understand the curriculum guidelines. We have to understand this is more than just saying fix the system. It's about economics. It's about cultural norms. It is about forming a good society. Because, Deputy Speaker, as a former teacher, I can tell you, students learn and spend more time with their teachers than they do with their parents at home. So we know we have to get it right. The Ministry of Education has a competent curriculum planning division. And I must say, Anna Singh and her team, they're second to none, both at primary and secondary levels in various subject areas. This is what is making an effective education framework for students nationwide. In simple terms, our curriculum development, Deputy Speaker, is about determining the curriculum needs for our society. We are not simply making sure that the children are entertained. This is about preparing these children to be of service to the entire society. We have tailored curricula to support students who may not meet expected educational standards as they transition from primary to secondary. I cannot recall in my 15 years of teaching, and yes, Deputy Speaker, I would have worked under the former Minister of Education, Dr. Gopi Singh. I cannot recall so much investment in truly making sure that no child is left behind. We have our vacation learning camps. We have extra school activities. We have remedial teachers, and it is all the vision of the Minister of Education. And because the ministers are scientists, she understands the need for data but she's also an artist. So she understood that cultural transformation is what is needed before we can even teach a child. First, we must reach a child.
Guidance.
We have our kitchen garden projects, entrepreneurship. We have our transition, our STEPS program. When the students who completed the essay exams, Deputy Speaker, you would remember that time period where you would learn Spanish and learn how to cook, all leading up to secondary school. We have formalized it and we call it STEPS, where you are taught the knowledge, the skills, and the attitudes needed to become Form 1 students. So when our children transition from primary to secondary, they are prepared. We have a detailed curriculum that is aligned with the needs of the primary school leaving participants. It's now called the Lower Secondary Proficiency Examination. It will be better guided and prepared to undertake the demands of a secondary schooling and alternate educational pathways. You see, Deputy Speaker, because of COVID-19, we had hybrid approaches, and we are still looking at hybrid approaches. In fact, a national open school where someone can access classes at any point will assist the persons who are not able because they have jobs, because we are also looking for education for all. Support is also extended to Form 4 and Form 6. In addition, guidelines were established to assist teachers in addressing learning loss. Because of the pandemic, and I keep saying the pandemic, and I'll continue to talk about the pandemic, because every single country went through what we went through. And I always tell persons, while they were at home with their children, the minister and I were in Port of Spain, seeing about the nation's children while leaving our own children at home. We have a pilot ebook, which I'm very proud of. And in fact, under the LMSIP program, we created an ebook about Laventille, the beauty of Laventille, the history of Laventille, and mathematics, English language arts, primary and secondary, as well as secondary school. All this was actually the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. He's tired of seeing the heavy book bags. So we're getting ebooks as a tool to further our students' digital education. Deputy Speaker, we continue to welcome stakeholders. I know the member for Superior spoke about begging. This is not begging, this is an investment in the country's future. We asking you to care is you making sure that your future is secure. It's a tit for tat, and we are not ashamed. And I can tell you the corporate citizens of this country are responding. They give and they continue to give because they understand the importance of education. The projects we have, from student learning to practical field work, the authentic world of work, real-life experiences at national, regional, global levels, all this is currently happening in the Ministry of Education. I myself enjoy interacting with the Embassy for Colombia with our Spanish program, which have participants from public servants throughout the length and breadth of this country, because we believe that education is lifelong and you can continue to learn and evolve. So it's not too late for some of the members on the other side. You see, when I go back to TVET, we want students to understand, as much as you want to learn the mechanics, the engineering, the construction, the culinary arts, it is still important to also know about math and standard English. Because with the trade-related skills that are high demand in the job market, you still need to communicate, and of course you need to be able to check your money. TVET is an excellent option for all students who may not be academically inclined or prefer hands-on learning. But most importantly, Deputy Speaker, everyone has a skill that they excel in, and all students are encouraged to find what they are good at, because we in the ministry understand not every wrong peg could fit into, not every square peg could fit into a wrong hole, but we will make sure that you will find the right place for you to fit in. We have a memorandum of agreement with the NTA, as the minister spoke about earlier, but when we did our connection with our Ministry of Labour, according to the Central Statistical Office, Deputy Speaker, from the same TVET, our labour market research, a total of 46,000 men and over 23,000 women whose main education was vocational and trade were gainfully employed. We understand the job market because we work closely with the Ministry of Labour. Over 2,000 men and 4,000 women under the YTEP program also became gainfully employed. Secondary schools, technical institutes, 6,000, over 7,000. In total, 91,000 TVET jobs on the market obtained through the Ministry of Education in our investment into TechVoc. You see, when we understand what is offered, we know what it is a nation needs. Agricultural science, we need more farmers. Industrial technology, building, yes. Mechanical, family and resource management, food and textiles, electronic document preparation, technical drawing, all TechVoc subjects, and it is my desire, Deputy Speaker, that in the future we see all TechVoc subjects offered in all schools, because every child deserves a right to choose. In 2023, business subjects are being implemented by the majority of secondary schools in the country. However, from the TVET suite of subjects, only food and nutrition and technical drawing have a similar demand. So we know we have to encourage more students to choose TechVoc. Deputy Speaker, there's a 73% pass rate in agricultural science, an 81% pass rate in industrial technology building, and a 65% pass rate in textiles, clothing, and fashion, and an 82% pass rate in food and nutrition. Clearly, we are doing something right. Their performance was influenced by several factors, and the Ministry of Education is making sure that we continue to encourage the building of TVET subjects. We know in all business subjects the pass rates are good. We know we excel in science subjects. We know what is the preference in many areas. But when I hear the member for Pointe-a-Pierre speak about the continual assessment program, I can tell you, Deputy Speaker, as a teacher for that particular time, there were certain schools and certain constituencies where all the children got 100%. And that was not right. When the SCA committee convened, it was to find out what is the best solution, because every year the cry is do away with SCA, but there's never a suggestion on what to do to replace it. So a committee was formed and suggestions were made. And at the end of the day, Deputy Speaker, we all want our children to do well no matter what school they are placed in, which is why I go back to equity, which is what the minister and myself are working for in this education system. Deputy Speaker, as they spoke about teachers, and I can tell you, for the most part, most teachers were paid, except for the few that may have had issues with their leave, their different classifications of leave. But again, the minister stayed until 11 p.m. most nights, making sure that the back pay was there in time. I believe everything was completed by January this year, and you're not seeing any complaints. But what you see, Deputy Speaker, is people trying to, again, make something political. Efforts were made to pay the teachers on time, and for the most part, the teachers appreciated the effort made by the Ministry of Education. Allow me to thank the Minister of Finance, the member for San Fernando East, the member for Diego Martin Northeast, because they also ensured that we got the support that we needed to make sure that Christmas was bright and merry for many of our teachers. And if anyone says differently, Deputy Speaker, then they are telling the untruth, but that is not unexpected from the other side. Deputy Speaker, when I speak about TVET, and I speak about it with passion, because in my particular school that I was once in, the students responded best to VAPA and TVET. And they wanted to do these particular subjects because they felt that they were accepted and was something they can do well. You see, encouraging a child to excel bit by bit is a skill. Being patient is a skill. I do not expect persons who never taught before to understand. But I was a teacher. The Honorable Minister was a teacher. The Honorable Prime Minister was a teacher. And I even heard a rumor the member for Siparia was a teacher once upon a time too. So then you understand how important it is to be patient and to work with these children to get them to bloom. We have collaborative efforts with the stakeholders. We have policy implementation. We continuously evaluate plans that could help position Trinidad and Tobago as leaders in TVET, VAPA. With our cultural transformation, we know that Trinidad and Tobago will be set in the same breath with Singapore, Finland, and is it Barbados? Barbados, right. If the opposition will just support these initiatives instead of criticizing. You see, yes.
You have approximately just about 2 more minutes of your initial speaking time. You have an additional 15. You care to avail yourself?
A few, thank
Proceed.
you. You see, we are making education accessible to all. And every single time we see violence, school violence, I'm very happy that the member for La Joqueta Talparo read the statistics from 2010 to 2015. I can tell you for that time period, what happened? Camera phones. I can tell you, in your time, Deputy Speaker, in my time, fights existed. But social media did not. The adults who share them, the children who post them, and I want to say, children emulate what they see at home. We do not want to criminalize our children. We want to give them solutions. We want to give them avenues. We want to ensure that school violence is treated as a symptom of a greater problem. But when you use it as a political tactic, when you refuse to acknowledge how much effort Student Support Services Division are making, then we know you do not genuinely care about the children of Trinidad and Tobago. But luckily, we do.
40.
You see, education in Trinidad and Tobago is indeed a way of elevation. We know that. But why must some be elevated and others left behind? Why must we use education as a way of undermining our political opponents? Why can't we work together to ensure the Ministry of Education, the schools in our district, receive the support that they do. Deputy Speaker, I've never asked a school to put my name on a wall. Never. I never got upset with any religious entity for not putting my name. But I am so happy to report on a Rima Central Secondary School, my name is on the wall. The school was open after 8 years after there was an issue with the contractor. Someone was paid for work that was not done. But the Ministry of Education, the minister can tell you it is the first school that I asked about, not because it was in my area, it's not in my area, but because Arima Central Secondary is an icon for education in Arima and environs. And we have a brand new sixth form building. We have a library. And not one single time, Deputy Speaker, did I ask for any acknowledgement. And I was Madam Speaker, I was so proud to be part of that moment, and I'm proud every single time we open a school, because the contractors that were paid for work, I think some of them are in court right now, that they did not do. The PNM government is fixing each and every mistake. So, I end with music. And I know that some will want to sing lyrics like Light Up the Chalice. But what I would say, I believe that children are the future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. And I can say the Minister of Education and myself are definitely doing our part. Thank you very much.
Member for Chaguanas East.
Very much, Madam Speaker. In my short time, I want to say the opportunity to enter and participate on this motion brought to the House by the Member of Parliament for Tabaquite is quite appropriate, Madam Speaker, and it's quite timely at this juncture of this nation's life that is more than 60 years of independence. Madam Speaker, the member for Tabaquite, I listened to the Minister of Education, and yes, we have a very cordial relationship over the period of time, that I would have served. Very responsive at times, yes, I will admit that. But I listened to her today, and she mentioned that the member for Tabaquite may have now woken up from sleep. Madam Speaker, I want to remind this House that the member for Tabaquite brought an education motion in 2022 and has continuously held this government accountable in the education sector. And the member for Tabaquite mentioned that we must embrace this motion today with a level of seriousness, and that is my intention in this debate. Madam Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to commend the member for Siparia, the member for Pointe-à-Pierre, as well for their sterling contributions in this debate. Madam Speaker, whereas I would have listened to the members on the opposite side, which is the government of today, all of them boasted about a system. They spoke of many programs, announcements, etc. But, Madam Speaker, the bottom line is the public and the students still remain challenged in this country. Madam Speaker, I noticed that the member for Siparia touched some nerves. My friend, the Minister of Education, was very involved in her contribution. Throughout her entire contribution, there was crosstalk, very involved. Madam Speaker, I want to note that we on this side, members on this side who spoke today, and even the mover of the motion, never questioned what you, the government, have in place. At no time the member questioned that. What she questioned is the efficiency and the effectiveness of what you have in place. Madam Speaker, what is so difficult in giving an assessment of the lists which all the speakers provided here today? What is so difficult in providing the reach, the impact, and the member who just spoke, labeled my colleague, the member for Tabaquit, as one of the most brilliant members she knows on this side? Well, after the member for Dabadi Omera, I want to let her know that the brilliance of my colleague cannot be questioned, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member for Dabadi Omera, who is also my good friend from local government, and that will never change, spoke a lot about TVET. But I want to take this up, and other members spoke about us not researching. I want the member for Dabadi Omera and other colleagues to have a look at the 6th report of the Joint Select Committee of Social Services and Public Administration, where an examination of the state of technical or vocational programs and their contribution to achieving the developmental goals of Trinidad and Tobago occurred. And Madam Speaker, I would like for them to have a look at the recommendations from that report. And I want to read one. The Ministry of Education should strengthen collaboration with other key industry partners, such as the Ministry of Trade and Industry and the Ministry of Planning and Development, to assist with data on labor gaps and developmental goals. Madam Speaker, these, and if you look at the rest of recommendations, you would see that this motion is timely and it speaks exactly to that. Madam Speaker, the member for La Hokata Talparo, before I go into the depth of my presentation, because I don't have much time anyways, the member for La Hokata Talparo said that they are way ahead, the government is way ahead with a lot. But the member for La Hokata Talparo stood in this house giving a lot of inaccurate information, which I wish to correct, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my colleague for Pointe-à-Pierre spoke about an organization in his constituency who requested a meeting with the member for La Hokata Talparo in his capacity as the Minister of Youth Affairs. Madam Speaker, I am awaiting many responses from the member for La Hokata Talparo as the Minister of Youth Affairs. One particular foundation in my constituency, young boys who would have had to vacate homes following, they would have reached the age and so on of adulthood, 18 years, and I would have written to the minister to assist. To date, no response. I would have written to the said minister for youth to get an opportunity, because now you have the RAP program. He didn't speak about that today. Usually he does. No response, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the minister, the member for La Hokata Talparo spoke about youth centers to be constructed, and time again he would speak of this. This is the minister of will do. All of his contribution, since I am sitting in this house, is the government will do, Madam Speaker. The government... But when? That's the question. But when, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, the member for La Hokata Talparo said that, in his contribution, that a youth center will be constructed in Chaguanas East. Madam Speaker, I wish to let the member know that Cashew Gardens, which he has a plan for, is not in the constituency of Chaguanas East, but Carney Central.
Directionless.
I know that he's very interested in Chaguanas East, but he needs to get the facts. Madam Speaker, what the member for La Hokata Talparo should focus on in terms of TVET and so on, and the various programs coming into Chaguanas East, is that of finishing the community center. the all-of-government approach, speak to the Minister of Sports and Community Development, finish the community center, so the youth of Enterprise, they have a place right in their community and they don't have to leave Enterprise to go to Cashew Gardens. Madam Speaker, and I want to remind the member for La Hokata Talparo that it's African grounds and not Africa grounds. He mentioned the youth caravan going to African grounds last week. After 8 years, Madam Speaker, even in Standing Finance Committee, I would have asked the minister, the member for La Hokata Talparo, to come to Chaguanas East in Enterprise with youth programs. After 8 years, he has now decided to come to African grounds. But we take note that election is close, Madam Speaker, and the interest is deep. Madam Speaker, I want to also take this opportunity. I give way.
Not a second more.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Wednesday, the 6th day of March 2024 at 1:30 p.m. Madam Speaker, I can indicate that we will be dealing with the Base Erosion and Profit Sharing Inclusive Framework Country by Country Reporting Bill 2023 and a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Registrar General's Act, Chapter 1903, etc. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to Wednesday, the 6th day of March, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Wednesday, the 6th day of March, 2024 at 1:30 p.m.